but not sufficient for them to feel comfortable. So right now we're putting together 2 bunk beds and a single bed for 2 of the little girls and then the niece as well. Our hope is that they love it and that they receive something that they'd never, had before. So they're going to be thrilled about their new room and happy about the color too, because they've been asking for a pink room for a while now.
Como vivíamos a esto ha sido un cambio drástico, ver la felicidad a ellas y saber que como madre no estoy haciendo tan mal las cosas, aunque a veces sienta que estoy fallando como madre o quizás no cubro todas las necesidades de ella, pero al ver tanta emoción a ellas y ver tanta diferencia en mi vida, yo nunca en mi vida imaginé tener un apartamento con cosas tan bonitas, nunca lo esperaba. Los oficiales que estuvieron presentes de una u otra forma han estado presentes en mi vida, preocupándose por mí, por mis alimentos, mi seguridad. Saber que en nuestro camino, en nuestras vidas encontramos personas que nos brindan su apoyo sin conocernos, sin saber nada de nosotros. Entonces, eternamente voy a estar agradecida toda mi vida con las personas que hoy en día están haciendo esto posible.
You like it?
We wanted to full circle meet back with the children and the mom and remind them that we were the police officers that at first they didn't trust. At first they thought we're there to do enforcement or to take their RV away. We want them to know that we care, and we let them know that by putting our words into action and being here today.
A new location for the turtle ship was also an opportunity to celebrate Korean heritage. The gift from the South Korean city of Busan was recently restored and relocated to a new home at LA's Convention Center, where more visitors can be accommodated.
We're at the Convention Center today to celebrate Korean heritage, an opportunity for us to unveil the turtle ship that was once formerly in City Hall. Going to be some speakers talking about the important things that we've done here in the city of LA, but it's great to have the mayor here as council member in the city of LA. I'm proud not only to be a council member of the area that I grew up in, but also to be a representative of the Korean American community.
As we celebrate today, I want to highlight the outstanding work of our Tourism and Cultural Affairs Department, what they have done in restoring, conserving, and relocating the turtle ship from City Hall to the Convention Center.
The turtle ship was a gift from the city of Busan, South Korea, to symbolize a partnership of heritage and mutual shared values. It is really exciting to have it here now in its new location at the Convention Center as an opportunity for the city and for all of our visitors here to be able to see and experience what this important artwork means.
The ship was built in 1500s, and this was the first ironclad ship that was developed by my 12th great-grandfather. And eventually, because of their ship, the submarine was built. So it has a very strong history behind that.
Everybody would take a look at this ship and they're gonna say, wow. There was no type of ship at that time. And this was really extraordinary, and I'm glad that it's over here. And it's great, just great.
I think it's exciting, especially through celebrations like this, where you understand history and you understand each other's backgrounds and you understand why you coexist. And I think that's what's important about knowing about each other.
In this week's feature story, Deputy Mayor Randall Winston talks to our Ann Police about the wide scope of his role. Winston deals with the city's public rights of way, public transit, and the supporting services that all fall under the banner of infrastructure.
Joining us today, we welcome Deputy Mayor of Infrastructure for the City of Los Angeles, Randall Winston. We're so glad to have you on with us, Randall.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Very, very glad to be here.
Yeah, glad you could join us. As Deputy Mayor, let's just dig right in.
Yep.
What departments are you responsible for?
Great question. So Deputy Mayor of Infrastructure, in this administration, I oversee the Board of Public Works, which includes 5 bureaus: the Bureau of Sanitation, Bureau of Engineering, Bureau of Street Services, Bureau of Contract Administration, and the Bureau of Street Lighting, as well as our Department of Transportation, and then the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, and really supporting the mayor and her 3 appointees to that body.
Wow, that's a lot of departments and bureaus to be over.
It's a lot. It's a lot. So think transportation and everything in the public right of way.
Okay.
And a lot of the services and kind of everyday challenges that Angelino's experience. Everything from trash collection to, you've got a light that's out on your street that needs to be repaired, or trees that need to be trimmed. It's sort of the things that people can touch and feel on a day-to-day basis.
Within all those departments, there is a through line, which is to keep the city of Los Angeles running.
Yes.
On the daily, what are some of the challenges that you meet being over all of the infrastructure of Los Angeles?
Very good question. And when we started this administration, when I came into my role now just over 2 years ago, we knew we were facing some headwinds. A lot of incredible policies on the books of impacting our right-of-way. Vision Zero, Mobility 2035, Complete Streets, measures really from the past 10 years to improve our streets and their safety and quality of life. Challenge, I think, was delivery a lot of those services. Projects not being delivered on time, not being delivered on budget, certainly downtown, but throughout the city. We are, or really have been, one of the only major cities in the nation that doesn't have a long-term capital infrastructure plan. So looking at how we budget for our capital improvements and our work in the public right-of-way beyond just a single-year budget process to multiple years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. I think the mayor feels strongly that only through a long-term budgeting process will we be able to get through our backlogs in service. Our backlogs for sidewalk repairs, for tree trimming, for repairing our street lights, again, everything in our public right-of-way.
Let's talk a little bit about the fire recovery effort. Something like this, fire recovery, it takes a village. You're working with state, federal, as well as city groups. How's that going?
It takes a village, it takes a metropolis, right? to extend that metaphor even further. Very, I think, excited, and I know the mayor and all partners are proud of the fact that we are undertaking the fastest recovery in modern California history, ahead of schedule on more or less, I think, every front. We're at today about 1,300 parcels or lots that have been cleared of debris, months ahead of schedule. The Army Corps of Engineers, I know just this week, ramped up from 89 crews to 95 crews, moving at a clip of 40 parcels per day, which is getting them on track to remove debris before the end of the summer. Again, record-breaking time. In tandem with that, we just said earlier this week, the mayor was out in the Palisades to celebrate breaking ground on a couple of properties that have already secured permits and are rebuilding their homes right now. Just yesterday, she was at the Rec Center, which we know is the cultural heart, you might say, of the Palisades community, standing hand in hand with Steadfast LA and the Lakers to put forth a vision for rebuilding and really reimagining the Rec Center. And so on really every front, the work is moving swiftly.
Well, Randall, thank you so much for joining us today. So glad to have you on. Do you have a couple websites you'd like to share with folks at home?
I do, and thank you again. So first, the mayor's website, where you can learn more all about the mayor's activities, press releases, what we're up to across the city. That's mayor.lacity.gov. And then second, the recovery, and that is recovery.lacity.gov.
Very good. We have those up for folks to see and access. Again, thanks, Randall, for coming in. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
In this week's Things to Do, enjoy the 3rd Annual Women's Career and Wellness Expo. Catch a community movie screening at the Campo de Cahuenga Museum. And celebrate famed Chicano photographer Luis C. Garza at the Central Library. All this up next on Things to Do.
Join the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power for its 3rd annual Women's Career and Wellness Expo on Saturday, May 3rd. From helicopters to heavy equipment to pole climbing, visitors will get a hands-on look at the varied day-to-day work of LADWP staff. See dozens of career booths from different divisions and learn all about the jobs and benefits, including health plans, tuition reimbursement, and retirement plans. Enjoy exercise workouts, meal prep demos, and wellness info on site. This family-friendly event is open to all and features kids' activities. Head to the LADWP Truesdale Training Center for the Women's Career and Wellness Expo on Saturday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. For more information, visit ladwp.com/events. Enjoy a free community movie screening at the Campo de Cahuenga Museum on Saturday, May 3rd. Join the Department of Recreation and Parks for the historic film Salt of the Earth, first screened in 1954. Based on the true story, Salt of the Earth shows the everyday life and struggles of workers in a New Mexico zinc mine. The movie was cast with a mix of actors and real people from the era, and the story remains relevant today. Let the museum know you're coming on Eventbrite and enjoy this community screening along with free popcorn and beverages. Salt of the Earth movie is on Saturday, May 3rd at 12:30 p.m. For more information, visit culture.lacity.gov/events. Join the Los Angeles Public Library for an afternoon celebrating the work of Luis C. Garza, the acclaimed Chicano photographer. Enjoy the screening of a short film about Garza and his work. This will be followed by a discussion with Garza before he signs copies of his latest photography book. The library will also host a reception to officially open an exhibition of Garza's photography on view until July this year. Join LA's Public Library at the Central Library for The Other Side of Memory, Photographs by Luis C. Garza, on Saturday, May 3rd at 2 p.m. For more information, visit lapl.org/events. And that's a look at some things to do.
And that's all for this week. I'm Susan Huckle, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. Remember that you can watch us online anytime at lacityview.org. We're also on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
The Budget Committee's deliberations on the Mayor's proposed budget for FY 25-26. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Blumenfield.
Present.
Hutt.
Here.
McCosker.
Here.
Hernandez. 5 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're starting the day with a review of requested memos from yesterday. Would you please go ahead and review the memos that we requested yesterday? Folks, do we have those? The list of the memos that were requested yesterday. I just want to make sure. Does anyone have any changes to the draft memo list?
I have changed,
Councilwoman Hernandez.
but I don't have the document in front of me.
All right, we're getting it. So if we can just maybe take a few minutes and look this over and make sure it accurately reflects what we asked for, and then we can see if anyone has any changes. So we'll take about, I don't know, 5 minutes for that.
Yeah.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to move ahead with the meeting, and then folks, we'll come back and approve this later with any amendments you all have. Okay? So one more administrative thing before we get started with POLA. We have the Ethics Commission slated last for today. Measure ER, which was passed last November, established a minimum budget for the Ethics Commission, and the proposed budget meets that minimum at exactly $7 million. Per their letter, Ethics Commission don't have any requests. They just flag some items that may impact future years, which we have noted. In light of all that, do members have questions for the Ethics Commission today, or can we release them?
No.
Great. So Ethics Commission, you are released to the extent you are here. Okay, great. So we're going to move now to the Port of Los Angeles. Please come to the table. Welcome. Thank you for making the time to be here today. We really appreciate it. If you could go ahead and introduce yourselves and then give a quick presentation, and then we'll jump into questions.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget, Finance, and Innovation Committee. I am Dina Arian-Zalen, Deputy Executive Director of Development at the City of Los Angeles' Harbor Department, also referred to as the Port of Los Angeles. Our Executive Director, Jean Soroka, is in Sacramento today on port business. I'll present the key components of the Harbor Department's fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget. With me today are Jeff Strafford, Chief Financial Officer, Matt Marchese, our Director of Debt and Financial Analysis, Stephanie Magnin-Rockwell, Chief of Staff, and Aveen Sharma, our Senior Director of Workforce and Government Affairs. The Harbor Department is a critical economic driver for the City of Los Angeles, supporting over 1 million regional jobs and generating substantial local revenue. Today's budget discussion is especially relevant as stories about international trade and tariffs dominate headlines and news reports. Our department enters this period from a position of strength, supported by years of steady cargo volume and revenue growth. These gains have allowed us to invest in core port infrastructure, environmental initiatives, and community access projects. However, our management team must continue to navigate port operations with financial prudence and caution as trade policies, which directly affect cargo volumes, continue to evolve daily. When we presented our proposed budget to our Board of Harbor Commission during the second week of April, we projected cargo volumes for fiscal year 25-26 at 9.2 million TEUs. A TEU is a 20-foot equivalent unit, a standardized unit for measurement of cargo, and our overall revenue was presented at $713 million. At that time, we were expecting cargo volumes, which drive about 60% of our revenues, to decline by at least 10%. in the first half of the fiscal year as compared to the current fiscal year. Since then, even more aggressive tariffs have been imposed on goods originating from China, which may lower cargo volumes even further. Using a high-level figure, a 1 million TEU reduction in cargo volumes could equivalent to approximately $50 million in reduction for port revenue. While at this point it is difficult to forecast fiscal year 25-26 volumes with a high degree of certainty due to the rapidly changing trade policies, we recognize that cost management is of paramount importance. Therefore, our operating expenses will remain flat to the previous year's adopted budget at $417 million. Cost of living adjustments and inflationary increases to the labor components of our operating expenses, salaries and benefits, city services, and consulting services have been offset with reduction to other expense components. Our fiscal year 25-26 capital improvement plan is budgeted at approximately $231 million. The CIP will continue to fund important transportation, terminal, and community projects, including construction and design of the State Route 47 Harbor Boulevard Interchange Reconfiguration Project, seismic upgrades to our marine oil terminals, the Berth 302-305 on-dock rail expansion, and various LA waterfront public access investment plan projects such as the Avalon Pedestrian Bridge and Gateway, which is set to advertise this year. During the 5-year period from now to fiscal year 28-29, the port expects to invest close to $1.5 billion in CIP projects, including the Port Electrification Infrastructure Project in support of zero-emission technologies, and the Port of Los Angeles, Port of Long Beach Goods Movement Workforce Training Facility, and other terminal island maritime support facility and grade separation projects. We will also continue to invest in digital infrastructure programs, including Port Optimizer, our Cybersecurity Center, and the Cyber Resiliency Center. In closing, I want to emphasize that the Harbor Department is a committed member of the city family and shares the concerns about the impact of potential layoffs on affected employees. We are ready to assist during this challenging budget cycle and will do what we can to support the city. At the same time, we recognize that we are entering a period of economic uncertainty due to ongoing shifts in global trade and tariff policies. These challenges continue to affect cargo volumes and revenue, which is why we are approaching the upcoming fiscal year with caution and financial discipline. We believe that our strong financial policies will not only help us navigate any potential downturns, but also ensure that we continue delivering our core projects and priorities. At this time, we cannot commit to a specific number of employees we would be able to absorb. However, we have been in communication with the CAO's office and the general manager of the personnel department, who understand our situation and are working together to determine appropriate next steps. Through careful planning and collaboration, we remain focused on maintaining stability, managing expenses responsibly, and continuing to be a reliable partner to the City of Los Angeles and our stakeholders. Thank you for this opportunity. The team and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember McCosker to lead this round of questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the update and the presentation, the slide presentation that you gave to the Port Commission. So just to underscore it, and I think you said it clearly, on your operating revenues, over almost 72% are shipping services. And of that, you know, I'm going to the, I don't think the pages are numbered, but I'm going to your breakdown of shipping services. Of that 72%, 60% of it is container wharfage, and which is a big number. And I realize that it is impossible to predict, you know, where that's going to go. We've heard from what the year will hold for where those numbers go, but we can expect that that 60% of 72% is going to be in flux for the next year or so.
Correct.
So tell me about the sort of the cash position of the port and how you weather the storm.
I'm going to let Jeff respond to you in more detail. He is our Chief Financial Officer and will be able to provide the correct information.
Hello. So over the last 5 years, and even back to the last 10 years, we've been generating substantial operating income. So our operating income has averaged close to $350 million over the last 5 years. So we've been able to build up some cash reserves. At this point, when we look at both our unrestricted and our restricted funds, we're at about $1.7 billion. Now, we do have a lot of big CIP projects coming up. We have the electrification project, we have hydrogen hub, and other things that we were looking to utilize. But we do have that money in the bank to help us kind of navigate a situation like that we're in right now. Before looking at even with the 10% reduction, we were still looking to generate about 250 to 300 million in operating income this year. If we do see a significant reduction in our cargo, we do have our minimum annual guarantees that guarantee that container wharfage that you were talking about. So about 82% of the number that you were talking about would be guaranteed, and that would equate to about $348 million in guaranteed revenue for our container revenue.
So your MAGs really they'll do their job this year. They'll protect you from, they'll protect the port and all of us from any significant drop in containers.
Correct.
So when you say that you have this cash on hand, this is in the city's investment portfolio, which we talked about yesterday at Finance. Can you tell me what the Bataquitos account is within the investment general pool?
That was when we were doing some environmental work, and we had to purchase environmental credits, and we did work at Bataquitos to offset different construction work that we were doing in the port complex.
Very good. And I think your team has already indicated that you don't have an actual a precise number now of vacant positions, but you do have positions in common classes that we might avail ourselves of if we need to move folks from something like gardener or mechanic from city service over to port service?
We will be working with the CAO and personnel department to make sure that we are in line with regards to some of our vacancies and opportunities to help the city absorb some of those positions. It's very fluid right now, and as we get more information, we'll be able to address that in more detail.
Very good. I will, in the interest of time and because you've given us so much information, I don't think I have other questions.
And Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just would like to request a budget memo on the feasibility of transferring street service investigators to the Harbor Department, considering your reserve police officer status, and they also have that status.
We will take a look into that, Council Member.
Thank you. Provide a memo.
And provide a memo, absolutely.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And maybe my council member colleague, Councilmember McCosker already said this, but with your questioning, but I would like to see if we can get a budget memo to have POLA report monthly to travel, trade, and tourism, and the council on the impacts of the federal government's trade policy, including tariffs. But if that was already included, then we don't have to double up.
We actually have a motion on asking for Mr. Soroka to appear, and he's appeared once, and he's going to come back.
Beautiful, then we don't have to move forward with mine. Thank you so much.
Okay. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Yeah, and just along the lines of Councilmember Hutt, we're obviously trying to figure out how many city employees the port might be able to absorb to avoid layoffs, specifically the ones that she mentioned, but really overall. So in addition to the memo on those specific employees, just a memo on other opportunities for city employees for the port to take on that may be being laid off or involved in the bumping process.
Yes, absolutely. We will make sure that we have that memo prepared for both the specific and for the general positions throughout the city of Los Angeles that have been identified.
Great, thank you.
All right, any more questions, memos? I think that's it. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Okay. Next, we're going to hear from LAPD. Colleagues, I've asked Councilmember Lee, who chairs the Public Safety Committee, to join us today. I don't know if he's here yet. Councilmember Lee is on his way, so you can take your time. All right, so as Councilmember Lee makes his way down, he is not a member of the Budget and Finance Committee, so he can't request memos. So committee members, if there's a memo that you think comes out of the questions he's asking that you would like to ask, then I ask you to do that. And in the meantime, welcome to the table. If you could go ahead and introduce yourselves and the team.
I'll start us off for Police Department. Good afternoon, everyone. Dominic Choi, Assistant Chief for Los Angeles Police Department and the Director of the Office of Operations.
Good afternoon. I'm Trina Unziker. I am the Commanding Officer and Chief Financial Officer of LAPD.
Welcome. Okay. So we got your letter. We read your letter. And the chief is coming. Excellent. Welcome, Chief. We're just getting started. We all read your letter that was submitted. Thank you so much for doing that. Is there anything else you want to, or anything you want to highlight from the letter, or anything else that we should know about? Otherwise, we'll just jump straight to questions.
Sure, if I could, yeah, just a brief opening. Just a thank you to all of you for the opportunity to be able to be here today. I'm joined today with several of our departments, exceptional civilian professionals, police administrators, Trina Unziker, Marla Gaspy from our fiscal group, Police Administrator 3 Anne-Marie Sauer, Commanding Officer of Administrative Services Bureau, as well as members of our command staff. First, I want to acknowledge the difficult fiscal environment we're all working in, and want to recognize Mayor Bass and CAO Szabo for their leadership in building this proposed budget under such tough circumstances. However, the cuts being proposed would have serious and immediate consequences for the safety and well-being of Angelenos. And let me be clear, our people, both civilian and sworn, are the backbone of our department, and two key areas of this budget proposal place them and our city at risk. First, the proposed elimination of 403 civilian positions. The mayor's proposed budget includes a staggering reduction of 403 civilian positions, representing 15.2% of our civilian workforce. These are not faceless numbers. They're men and women who've devoted their lives to public service, often behind the scenes with specialized skills, ensuring that our officers have the tools, data, and operational support they need to keep our city safe. Their work is essential, and their loss is not just a human one, but one that will be felt by every neighborhood in our city. Among the proposed civilian cuts are positions within our forensic unit, including criminalists who specialize in DNA and ballistics analysis. These professionals undergo years of specialized training, and their expertise is irreplaceable. Eliminating or slowing this work will delay justice for victims and allow dangerous offenders to remain on the streets longer than they should. In a city where every minute counts and every investigation can change a life, these delays are unacceptable. The budget also slashes funding for vehicle mechanics, the people who keep patrol cars, motorcycles, and emergency response vehicles in working order. Without them, the vehicles we do have sit idle in garages instead of responding to calls. The public expects and deserves a police force that is mobile, responsive, and reliable. Cutting essential support staff makes that promise harder to keep. These are only a few of the examples of significant impact this budget will have on public safety. We may have no choice but to shut down facilities, stations, and jails to compensate for these civilian cuts. This redirection of resources stretches our sworn personnel thinner and directly compromises our ability to protect and serve the people of Los Angeles. Second, a $36 million reduction in sworn overtime. That equates to more than 317,000 fewer hours for patrol, public safety operations, and community engagement. And while some may view overtime as an optional expense, it is in fact a critical tool that helps us maintain public safety coverage in a city of over 4 million people. This would cause us to cut our deployment at the following operations: CARE, CARE Plus, the RV Task Force, the Venice Beach Detail, MacArthur Park operations, where we've made major headway recently, and our Violent Crime Task Force. These cuts would be felt in every neighborhood. 94% of our budget is personnel. These aren't luxuries, they're essential services, and when cut, the public will feel it. The perception of safety in Los Angeles matters. We're a global city preparing for global events like the World Cup and the Olympics and Paralympic Games. The eyes of the world are on us. Maintaining public safety directly impacts the prosperity of the city and the impacts of the economy, particularly the tourism industry. We've submitted a letter, as you mentioned, detailing the full scope of these impacts. And I understand the challenges this committee is facing, and I don't raise these issues lightly, but I must be candid, these cuts will have extreme consequences, and we believe there is still room to work together to find solutions that preserve public safety in Los Angeles. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. We are joined by Public Safety Chair John Lee. You want to go ahead, Council Member, and lead us off with some questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to participate in the committee's budget and finance deliberations on the future of public safety in our city. Chief, you touched on some of the things that I'm going to be asking, but I'm asking you to maybe go into a little bit further detail. LAPD civilian workforce currently stands at around 2,650. It's the lowest in my research in more than 20 years. Can you highlight for the committee some of the potential impacts that the proposed 403 civilian layoffs will have on the department and its ability to provide the necessary support for our sworn officers?
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. I would welcome the opportunity. The 403 position eliminations that we mentioned, as you mentioned, we have, as of April, 2,650 civilians deployed. The deletions that we mentioned would result in a 15.2% reduction in our workforce and account for 24.5% of all layoffs proposed citywide. Over the past year, our department's already been significantly impacted by the prioritized critical hiring process, which limited our ability to fill key civilian positions. These filled position eliminations now would further limit our ability to provide core services. On the investigative front, cuts to crime scene photographers will necessitate a reprioritization of which crime scenes are photographed. Longer delays to the scenes require sworn officers to hold a crime scene longer. That's 10 out of 23 are proposed cuts. That's 43% of our crime scene photographers. 13% or 8 out of 64 are proposed to be cut for forensic print specialists. That will force processing of serious and violent crimes only, no longer able to do burglaries. 22% cut of criminalists and supervising criminalists could result in our forensic science division losing its lab accreditation, which impacts the quality of services, could result in the loss of grant funding. It took us 10 years to get to where we are with the accreditation, and overnight this could be lost, and that definitely has an impact on our ability to be credible in the courtroom. Would have a negative effect to response time to crime scenes, DNA analysis, sexual assault investigations, gunshot residue, and arson investigations, as well as cold case investigations. Would also see a delay in analyzing firearms evidence and getting information into the NIBIN system that's ultimately useful in solving homicides and tying crimes together. And then a 36% cut to police surveillance specialists. That'll result in a delay in mobile device data extractions and repair times for interview rooms and surveillance equipments. So a heavy hit on the investigation side. As far as custody of persons, our jails and property, we'll have to shutter area jail and custody operations at Hollywood, Pacific, and Harbor area in order to be able to repurpose 29 sworn officers to handle administrative positions currently held by administrative clerks, senior administrative clerks, and management analysts. They were proposed with severe cuts, 24% in that case. The aggregate of these proposed cuts within those classifications I mentioned are 180 people. Additionally, 5 vacant custody medical care positions in the Personnel Department are proposed for elimination, which would adversely impact service delivery levels at 3 regional jails that would remain open. This will result in increased booking times for arrestees and require that officers are out of the field longer. And then on property officers, 20% reduction is proposed there, which would jeopardize our ability to receive, store, and transport evidence per local, state, and federal guidelines. Evidence that is not handled in accordance with established rules can be rendered inadmissible, impact the disposition of future or ongoing court cases, and be released prematurely or inadvertently destroyed. Security services would be impacted. They currently deploy 263 posts, and over the past 5 years, security services have been grappling with high vacancy rates, resulting in the increased use of contract security. 10% cut is proposed to security officers, which would reduce officer coverage at critical posts, including Emergency Operations Center, City Hall 4th floor, outside the Mayor's office, Van Nuys City Hall at Spring Street at First and Temple Steps, Marvin Brody Building, and the Constituent Service Center. We also deploy security services at the zoo, sanitation, and the library. We'll either have to deploy contract security or eliminate those posts altogether. And then on the records management front, and again, everything we do runs on paper. A significant portion of our clerical staff are assigned to Records and Identifications Division, which manages all of our department records. The vehicle warrants section would take a hit, report services section, and the criminal history section. The impact those would have on our field detectives and officers, their ability to be able to put stolen vehicles in the system, to be able to recover stolen vehicles, to be able to provide for wants and warrants and the service of those to keep them timely. All of those kind of things would be impacted in a serious way. The current backlog for community members' requests for reports. You get your car stolen, you need a report for the insurance. The current, due to staffing, backlog is 8 months and climbing. The backlog will immediately jump to more than a year and continue to grow in this case. Community members won't be able to get traffic collision reports or reports related to the recent fires for insurance claims. And then on the criminal history side, we won't be able to meet the 24-hour mandate to input the sex offender and arson offender registrations into the county database. Be unable to make booking modifications for the Custody Services Division, which could result in the premature release of inmates. And then, as I touched on earlier, vehicle maintenance, 13% cut of equipment mechanics will result in longer vehicle repairs and distribution of incoming new vehicles. We're already sitting on 65 vacant positions at Motor Transport, and we never recovered from the challenges of the 2009 ERIP, where we lost 63 positions. Just 5 years ago, Motor Transport had 188 people, and we now have 153. We've already shut down PM Watch and just working on a day watch, and the additional proposed loss may result in shutting down of area garages around the city and necessitate only regional garage operations. Our current out-of-service rate is 17%. The goal is 10%. The proposed cut would only make the out-of-service rate worse, cars sitting where nobody can deploy with them. Currently, we have garages at 21 patrol divisions, as well as at Central Garage at Piper Tech, Central Body Shop at Piper Tech, Central Motor Shop at 6th and Wall, and the Main Street Garage at 260 South Main Street. All of these would be impacted by these cuts. On the risk management front, cuts would impact our ability to respond to CPRA requests, discovery, legal obligations, complete redactions and process, or close PSB complaints, and a greater strain on the overburdened system that are driven by statute. Payroll, which is central to everything being done and keeping people paid and employed, an approximate 50% cut to accounting clerks in LAPD would result in operational impacts to fiscal group. A proportionate cut to fiscal group's payroll section would double each clerk's workload to roughly 2,500 sworn and 1,300 civilian employees per clerk. This strain would heighten the risk of payment delays, missed retroactive adjustments, union grievances, and timekeeping and compliance failures. We talk about trying to be able to streamline things with the increased use of technology to be able to potentially down the road to use machine learning and AI and our budget for technology likewise is being cut in this effort. So a lot of the things that seemed like we could do this, we could get a savings here, we're not able to do that either. So overall impact, we'll have to backfill some position with sworn officers, but this will result then in fewer officers out in the field. Even then, many of the civilian functions are specialized and require specific education and training that we can't backfill with sworn personnel. So while we'd like to be able to say we'll do the best we can, and we're already at the beyond a strain, everybody is working in a way where we're getting the job done, but where overtime is a necessity to be able to do that. And as you can see, our people are working at beyond max capacity.
Chief, thank you. I think you answered most of my questions that I have for you, but I may ask you to restate some of them because I want it to be very clear.
Okay.
So the 22% cut to criminalist positions, this could have a delay on sexual assault kit testing. You said there was some sort of deadline that we have to meet. There's one for 24 hours, there's one for 120 days. Can you go just a little bit more? Because I want everyone to understand the specialty positions that these positions, the ones that we're proposing to cut.
Yes, sir. Let me find that. Okay, as it relates to the investigative service follow-up, yeah, the 22% cut on criminalists could result in our forensic science division losing its lab accreditation, which I mentioned, which is critical to us, impacts the quality of service. It would have a negative impact on our ability to respond to crime scenes, DNA analysis, sexual assault investigations, and then, as I mentioned earlier, gunshot residue, as well as arson investigations. So all of the things that we rely on forensic analysis for, to be able to tie things together and use technology as a force multiplier, would be negatively impacted by these cuts.
But these jobs, out of these 403, so the proposed civilian layoffs, I believe 270 of those could be backfilled by sworn personnel. Does the department have a monetary figure what it would cost to retain the 133 specialized civilian positions? Because it's my understanding that we can't simply just take an officer and put them in one of these positions. Mm-hmm. You have to have some sort of certificate or accreditation, something along with that. So as I'm going through the budget, it looks like 133 of those are specialized civilian positions.
Right. So yeah, so many of the things we mentioned, particularly in technical sciences, that whole realm, the ability to be able to take someone out of the field and expect that they're going to be able to have the skill set and the expertise and the credibility to be able to testify on the analysis is not possible. So to take somebody out of a patrol car and put them into any of these specialized civilian assignments, that's not something we can do. The best we can do when we talk about pulling bodies, patrol bodies from the field to be able to address administrative workload, they are not best suited to do that, and they come in and they will do the best they can, but they can't even approach doing technical analysis on forensics. You want to add to that?
Councilmember, I think we can address your question, generally speaking, on the cost.
Hi, Mara Legaspi with LAPD. To your question about the approximate cost of the 133 positions, for about 12 months, it's about $14.25 million, but I believe the budget assumes 8 months funding. So to restore the 133 positions would be about $9.9 million.
Thank you. Before we move on, I'd like to ask for a budget memo asking for CAO to identify and CLA to identify alternative funds to restore these 133 positions, please.
All right, thank you, Chief. So there are proposed cuts to the Security Services Division to ensure minimum staffing requirements are met. If the department has to outsource security services at various locations like libraries or at the zoo, what is the potential cost to the city?
Do we have that handy? Okay, then it's clear we have that ready to go on the cost for contract services. But without the individuals deployed there that are currently deployed there, either we're not able to staff it and it remains open, or we fund it through contract services at the current rate. We can get back to you with the numbers on the current rate.
Okay, I'd like to ask for a budget memo on the potential impacts and restoration potential of these security service division positions, and what the cost to the city you mentioned, and then where we might find that money from to backfill them or keep them staffed.
And Chief, it has been reported that these proposed cuts will lead to the closure of some of our city jails, specifically Hollywood, Pacific, and Harbor. Is there any possibility that these cuts might affect, could possibly lead to the closure of any of our divisions in the city?
I mean, that's not something we're ready to be able to come forward with now, but I think we can say, 403 civilian employees is the equivalent of 2 police divisions almost as far as personnel staffing. The impact of civilian professional staff goes well beyond the one-for-one comparison with divisions. They impact every division and every section of the department. And so, I can foresee that if the budget goes forward as proposed, that the hits that we're going to take would be the equivalent of closing 2 divisions at a minimum, but the impact is felt much broader. We will have to close to pull 29 sworn bodies to backfill administrative spots out of the 3 jails that you mentioned, Harbor, Hollywood, and Pacific. Beyond that, then, we will have to look for efficiencies when we get them, which could potentially include looking at stations to be able to get efficiencies there.
Okay.
You want to take a break there, Councilmember Lee, and we can go around the horn here and come back to you? Sure. Does that work? Okay, Councilwoman Hutt, you had a follow-up, I think?
Sure, thank you.
Was it a 2 or a 1? Okay, 2. Okay, go ahead,
It's
please.
a 2 on one of your budget memo requests. I just would like to add to that budget memo request the impacts of processing sexual assault kits, given the reduction of the criminal list in those positions, as well as opinion on how to restore some of these positions. So it's a 2 on your 1.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McCosker, I'm going to go to you next for questions, and then I'm going to go to Blumenfield, and then I'm going to go to Hernandez, and then we'll go back to you, Councilmember Lee.
Thanks very much, Chief. You said quite a bit, answered a whole bunch of questions about the impacts of these cuts. You do say in your letter, though, that this is your quote, "We will explore opportunities to reorganize functions to minimize service impacts, particularly in administrative areas that support field operations."
Right.
Can you expand on that?
Sure, yeah. And coming into the job, one of the things I wanted to look at is where are we today? The configuration we currently have was designed around the department when we had over 10,000 sworn and many more civilian professional staff. So we have to create efficiencies. We have to streamline as best we can. My plan was to look, listen, and learn for the first 3 months that I was here, and then to be able to make modifications based on that down the line. The fires put us off and the other things that have come up, and I'm thankful for that now, because now I have an opportunity as we move forward with our senior leadership team to reevaluate based on what the budget ends up looking like, and then to be able to streamline our operations to support our core functions, which is getting out there and answering radio calls for service from the community, and then providing investigative follow-up and all of the support functions that need to be done as well. So a work in progress. We've held off on that, and I'm thankful at this point that we were able to do that. But we will look at whatever opportunities we can to work with the realities that we have.
But for field operations for your officers, the best way to minimize service impacts is to keep the cops out on the street. Right?
Absolutely.
And to keep them away from desk jobs or other jobs that civilians are handling more competently than a police officer.
Right.
Yeah. There's a RAND study on department structure that's currently pending. Can you give us a status on where that is?
Yeah, it's in the final edit stage. We should get that ready very soon, within the next couple of weeks, I would say. So we've also held off and looked into that. They came in, did a pretty good deep dive on our operations and how we do business, made recommendations. We've looked at some of the preliminary recommendations, validation on what we were already discussing internally, but it was very helpful to us as third-party validation for moving forward.
Do you anticipate, or you would know since you have a draft of it, does the RAND study consider issues like that impact civilian jobs and the efficient deployment of officers in the field?
They do touch on that, but they don't drill down into recommendations for specifics.
Okay, well then I'd like to get a budget memo to add an instruction to Exhibit H to get a report back on the potential impacts and potential cost-saving measures and efficiencies that arise from implementing portions of the RAND study.
Great.
May I do a few more? Can we just talk a little bit about basic CAR?
Sure.
You know, basic CAR is, you know, something, an important concept that I think goes all the way back to the uprising of the McCone study to make, it was basically our first foray into community-based policing. And I know that several years ago, we had recent years ago, we had a basic CAR study. Can you just give me a state of the department on the basic CAR today?
Sure. Yeah, when you look at a little bit of history there, as you mentioned, the basic CAR plan was developed by Chief Ed Davis back in the late 60s.
Yeah.
It started out with the city broken down into basic CAR areas, which are made up of reporting districts. That was based on workload and about 40 other factors: vehicle miles traveled, the type of terrain you had to go over, based on the geography of the division, a number of factors, workload and so forth. And they came up with initially 122 basic CAR areas throughout the city. When we redid that, it hadn't been redone then in 30 years. We redid it in 1995. And then we increased the number of basic CARs to 168. We still stay at that. We're about now at the 30-year mark, and it would be, I think, a good time, an opportune time to take another look. Where are we today? What are the workload issues? We have additional divisions. We had 18 divisions at the time. We now have 21 geographic divisions to be able to take a look and see how do we redo this process to ensure equity and workload distribution across the city.
And we came close to doing a basic CAR study in 2017, and I think missed that opportunity.
Okay.
And I think you were away at the time.
I was away.
You were doing something else at the time. Does anyone in the I mean, maybe Chief Choi, you know about the 2017 effort on doing a basic CAR study?
I don't know why it wasn't done. No,
Okay.
I wasn't involved in that.
All right, I may come back to that.
Excuse me, Councilmember.
Yeah.
Ed Rose with the CIO's office. We undertook the study back in, I think it was 2017, 2018. We hired Matrix Consulting to do a, excuse me, basic CAR area boundary study. And some of the major takeaways were, well, the study itself was based on response times throughout the city, the basic, you know, the boundaries of them, and some of the findings were, we need more basic CAR areas based on current call data. Again, this is a little old since it was back in 2017, and the sworn head count. Some of the basic CAR areas were bisected by natural boundaries, like Hollywood Freeway, major expressways. Others were split by business districts, so you had the community wasn't sure which side of the street was served by the particular basic CAR or division in that case. So it was very useful. The data probably would need to be updated to today's data, today's call data, but there was some useful information that was done by the consultant. And I think we could certainly take a look at that again.
Okay, I might come back to that. I'll defer for the moment.
Okay, I'd like to ask for a budget memo on what it would cost to have a basic CAR, the study done.
I think back then it was about $250,000.
Okay. All right, let's see CAO if we can find some money somewhere to update this. I know that for Pacific Division, we've got one basic CAR. It's supposed to cover 25 square miles, which is unacceptable. Okay, Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. Chief, folks, thanks for being here. First, you talked about the criminal list, and I just want to emphasize how important that is to me, and I understand that not just for the service impact to the officers, but also for the crime victims waiting around a long period of time. It can have a real impact, not not just on our numbers, but on the impact to those folks. I wanted to ask about a couple of different things. The budget reduces the overtime by approximately 26 million, including the elimination of 8.36 million that was allocated for the interim homeless housing sites this past fiscal year. This means that there'll be approximately 317,000 fewer overtime hours available. So the question is, will the department be able to continue supporting homeless-related operations or activities such as Care Plus or CAO-led RV operations or Inside Safe operations through the use of the proposed allocation of regular overtime?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. You know, all of the programs that you mentioned are contingent on our deployment of personnel based on overtime. We don't have the personnel that would be able to deploy them on regular time and not impact their response to calls for service. So, as you mentioned, Care Plus, I mentioned the RV Task Force, Bennett Beach Detail, MacArthur Park, and a Violent Crime Task Force, as well as others dealing with the unhoused population. Those would all be, we wouldn't be able to do them. Those are deployed on overtime. If the overtime is cut, we're not able to deploy people for that role.
So what would council offices do if they needed to have an officer present at one of those things?
They would make a request, and if we had somebody that could go by there and be able to spend some time there, but they wouldn't be able to be deployed there for the duration of an operation. And we know, from our partners at sanitation and street maintenance that when they engage in those, they're not able to do that or willing to do that if they don't have a police presence due to the nature of the activity.
Great. So I'd like to get a report back on the funding needed to continue the LAPD support for the homeless operations in the city, plus a report back on opportunities to contract out as an interim measure to supplement functions impacted by the civilian staff reduction. Wanted to add that as well.
Thank you.
And in terms of the staff, I also wanted to make sure the report back, we mentioned it, but of all the cuts within LAPD, want to make sure we get the report back also prioritizes the add backs to civilian positions, equipment, contractual services, and overtime. I know we already talked about doing a general report, but I want to make sure that there's also that report prioritizes for us in case we're able to do some portion of it.
Great, thank you.
Similarly, reported back funding to the civilian positions I mentioned. The records and identification, I wanted to talk about that. Your letter indicates the vehicle warrant section wouldn't meet the DOJ standards with these reductions. Obviously, we can't allow that to happen. Would LAPD allow that to happen, or would we deploy sworn officers to fill these positions? How would we make sure that we're not in violation of federal standards?
So, Council Member, it depends on which position is something that a sworn officer can step in on. As we mentioned before, there are about 133 positions that we know have certain specialties and would not, or excuse me, 270 positions could be, we could redeploy sworn personnel. So for those tasks, depending on the actual position that's being reduced, we may be able to cover some of those tasks. But we know, for example, that with vehicle warrants, that's probably going to need to be halted. In addition to that, existing warrants can't be released. There's also a 24-hour mandate to be able to input this information. There will be a certain amount of training that needs to happen, and what tends to happen with sworn personnel in administrative positions, they tend to wheel out into different divisions. So by the time we get an individual trained in the position, they may need to be rotated for some situations, not necessarily for records and identification, but for some of our other specialized positions, the training period can actually be upwards of 5 years. Anne-Marie, did you want to add to that?
I don't know. Hi, Anne-Marie Sauer with LAPD. I was just going to add, in the case of records and identification, for example, our fingerprint identification experts are responsible for obviously verifying fingerprints. And if we don't have coverage overnight, or if we don't have people available to do that, for example, to go to hospitals for the absentee bookings when somebody is there, then that delays the fingerprints going to DOJ, and obviously we don't want to hold people longer than we obviously legally can. So there's some current concerns about that when it comes to some of those positions.
Great. Well, I guess as part of the report back, just really being clear about identifying, because we want, which positions will affect our ability to meet federal standards as well. Talk a little bit about contracting out. If we don't have civilian positions in the crime lab, what kind of turnaround are we expected? And then as a last resort, are there other options, such as using the county or the state crime labs to provide services to avoid evidentiary chain of custody issues or other problems associated with prosecuting crimes? And have we ever gone down that road, and is that a road worth looking at?
Yeah, certainly, there are other options, excuse me, other options out there by emergency that if we need to work with our state partner. When DNA was relatively new technology, we would work with our state partners and then private labs as well. Today, we have the technology to be able to do all of those things that are current and best practices. It comes down to a volume issue. If we need a specific case and need assistance from the county or the state, we can reach out and get that. But to do it as a matter of routine, as just our regular workload, they don't have the capacity to be able to do that because they're facing similar issues as well.
Okay. Also, I want to talk about the real-time crime centers. Can you tell us about the department's plan to use technology as a force multiplier? We've talked a lot about this as exciting possibilities. How the implementation of the real-time crime centers and new equipment, such as drones, can reduce the risks from high-speed chases to improve public safety, and how we're going to lean into leveraging technology to do more with less.
Thank you, Councilmember. The real-time crime center concept, where you bring all of your technology into a hub and you're able to manage it, have communication amongst all the different the systems in place to be able to maximize our ability to do the job. That is not in the budget at all. There is no budgeted funds for a real-time crime center. That has become the state of the art now across the country. LAPD does not have one. So we were ready to pilot one and move out. We're looking at that right now. Where are we relative to that? I mean, when it comes down to it, that's going to have a tremendous impact on our ability to be able to prepare ourselves for the events that we mentioned, culminating in the Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2028. We're not in the position we'd like to see ourselves in from a technology standpoint or the funding to support the development of that.
Well, it's one of the reasons I've invested my own discretionary dollars into making sure that we have the cameras in the West Valley to try to create that real-time crime center. And I hope that that's still able to move forward as we move forward.
Thank you.
But I'll yield for a little while and go around the
Okay,
bush.
we'll come back around. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So we'll be going in rounds? Does that sound?
Yeah, why don't you ask like 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll
Beautiful.
go around.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. Sure. My first question is, part of LAPD's funding, just over $1.2 million, comes from the Arts and Cultural Facilities and Services Trust Fund. Can you explain how the department qualifies for this appropriation? And more importantly, how these funds are being used?
Hi, those funds are for security services.
Can you give me more details?
I do not have those details. I guess what kind of, like how, deployment?
Well, I want to know how, what is the work being done that qualifies for this pot of money that says Arts and Culture Facilities and Services Trust Fund?
Councilmember Patty Huber, they are providing security at our cultural affairs facilities. Therefore, cultural affairs is paying for those services.
Wonderful, thank you. There's also a significant increase in funding for LAPD's homeless coordinator resources, going from $262,000 to $862,000, as listed in the Blue Book page 1034. Can you walk us through what this increase is intended to support, and how does it tie into the city's broader efforts to solve homelessness?
Councilmember, if you'll give us a moment to take a look at that. I don't believe that's part of the police budget, so we'll need to look that up.
Great, I'd love to, so you don't have any information for this piece?
You indicated that this is from the homelessness budget, is that correct? Okay.
Yes, to fund LAPD's homelessness coordinator services.
Okay, we're looking that up and we'll get you the answer in just a moment.
Great, thank you. One more question. Thank you, Chairman. What is the useful life of a helicopter used by the department? When was the last time a study was conducted to assess the effectiveness of aerial policing and its potential impact on communities?
Yeah, thank you. The department, due to the deployment of personnel that we have, we use the helicopter to be more efficient. We can do things with the air unit that we wouldn't be able to do at all based on the number of people we have. We do 4-point containment, so it is an efficiency that we benefit from every day. The average, the city adopted a replacement standard for a helicopter at 15,000 flight hours or 10 years of service. And so we're pushing that with many of our helicopters today.
Out of the, and you all have 17 of them, correct?
We
Or how
have
many?
17 helicopters, 16 are Airbus or Astro, air support to regular operations patrol helicopters, and one is a medium lift helicopter, a 412, that we got some years ago from the fire department.
Great, thank you. And how many of those 17 are, like, what is the average age of those?
The average cost?
Average age of those helicopters?
Oh, okay. Dave, do you have that?
Yes. Good afternoon, Councilmember Hernandez. For the 17, they vary in ages. As Chief McDonald mentioned, we do a replacement process through, we usually swap out one old one for each new one, so they vary in ages. Anywhere from, we have one that's only months old, to we have some that have exceeded the recommended usage. We have 2 that are almost 25 years old. So they generally are anywhere in between 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 14 years.
Great, thank you. And can you please remind me the cost of having our helicopters up in the air for, like, let's say an hour? Do we have that cost?
Well, I can break down for you as far as the use in terms of fuel. It's like 42 gallons per hour, and when the city purchases fuel through our partners at General Services. Fuel's bought in bulk, so that's about $2.50 for in a gallon, since the city buys it in bulk. I mean, that's the fuel costs, and then there's the cost for salaries, of course, for our pilots and tactical flight officers.
Great, and so combined, do you have how much that costs for 24 hours, 12 hours?
Well, our aircraft fly approximately 20 hours per day of the 24, so there's various flights over a 24-hour period. 2.5 hours is the average flight time for a crew. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. We can get that for you.
Great, thank you. And one of my last questions is, so you're saying 20 hours a day, there's helicopters in the air? And
Ideally, I mean, that's what we want. I mean, staffing challenges and then issues with the aircraft could factor into that. But generally, we try to have the aircraft available to support operations for 20 hours.
Wonderful. And when it goes out, is it because it's called out, or are they proactively out there just flying?
Well, we cover approximately 470 square miles. We have unique geography for a city that's in parts densely populated, but also very vast geography that requires us to have an aviation fleet to support our police officers on the ground.
My question was, do you only respond with helicopters when they're called, or are they proactively out in the air just flying?
They respond to calls, but they also are very proactive in responding to incidents. There was a study done in 2024, and we looked at the number of calls and the initiated arrests, and I think it was mentioned by Councilmember Blumenfield about vehicle pursuits and technology, and they play a pivotal role in that in terms of reducing costs. It's ideal for us to have a helicopter overhead for a pursuit for 2 reasons. One is our apprehension rate when a helicopter is involved to take the suspect into custody is at more than 80%, but also in terms of reducing traffic collisions for the public, having a helicopter to oversee and coordinate for safety reasons is very important as well.
Thank you for sharing that. And no more questions for me. I'm just going to do a budget memo request. Thank you for sharing that, and it sounds like, yes, it's good to have them to be able to respond to these situations. I'd like to put a budget memo that we get an analysis on what it looks like to put more structure in the deployment of our helicopters, so that, yes, we can be responsive when called, but also if there's any way to save resources, fuel, staff time, by being more intentional on the proactive flying without being called out, I think that would be great. So I would like to request that as a budget memo.
Sure, we can do that. If I could just address that issue, though. If we were to stay on the ground and scramble a helicopter when somebody requested one, by the time they get there, it's over. The need for them in most cases. By having them up in the air, they're like a patrol vehicle out on patrol. They're observing things happening from the air, crimes of violence in progress, reckless drivers, and so forth. They're a tremendous asset to us in keeping people safe in the city. And one other just point I wanted to address is that although it's listed in the budget, those are funded by MICLA funding and have always been.
Got it. I hear that. And also, we're in one of the worst financial crises since the Great Recession.
Yeah.
And I think there's ways that you all can do your job without us having to have helicopters
I would argue with that.
just flying in the air, you know?
Yeah, I don't
So-
agree with that. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you. I have a 2 to Councilmember Hernandez. What is the overall need for replacement helicopters for the department, considering the costs incurred to MICLA for purchase and interest payments?
You address?
Hi, good afternoon. The question was, what's the cost for a replacement helicopter?
What's the need?
What's the need to replace a helicopter?
Correct.
Well, one is, think of it in terms of an automobile. From flying or driving so long, our helicopters age out. They become archaic. It requires us to replace those for safety reasons. We wouldn't want to have a aircraft accident due to having a helicopter that's extremely old. So it's important that we replace those. Our standard for the...
But I'm not asking why would you, of course, mechanically or age, but what's our need right now?
What's the need for a helicopter?
Replacement.
Yeah, we
How
have.
many
if I-
do we need to replace?
Thank you, Councilmember. Dave, if I could hit that just on the replacement, we have a regular schedule replacement. We have 2, as they said, they're over 25 years old. The cost of maintaining them, the older they get, the more pronounced that is. So it becomes a decreasing return the longer we keep them. The 15,000 hours or 10 years of service is based on what the integrity of the airframes are built to be able to maintain over time. So we try and keep them as safe as we can. We try and rotate them on a responsible level. But our ability to be able to, we would probably welcome the ability to be able to show you an assessment of the ages of all of our aircraft, and then to be able to say, you know, what is within the parameters that are industry standard, and where are we way over that? And in some cases, we're way over that.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have one question, then I'm going to go back to Councilmember Lee. So last year, LAPD was consuming 54% of Metro's public safety budget. Following that trend, next year, LAPD would receive about $90 million. How is the current projected amount of $100.8 million determined?
So if you're referring to the request in the Blue Book that covers the 111 positions, that represents the needs for the 9th year of the contract with MTA. This covers salaries, it covers overtime as well. There's also field equipment and some contractual services, and all of that is fully reimbursable by MTA.
So we know that the contract with Metro is going to be phasing out, ending in 29-30. What are the plans to adjust around that lost revenue? How are you thinking about that, or is that too far out?
Yeah, you know, when we look at where the MTA is today relative to creating their own police department, we have the challenges that every police department in America has as it relates to recruitment as well as retention. I think the MTA is going to have to do what they can, but they may end up reassessing the timeline on being able to put together a department that meets the needs of the system. We're all facing the same challenges.
Okay. Councilman Lee, do you have any more questions? You want to do a
Thank you,
couple
Madam
more?
Chair. Yeah, I just have one question. So, Chief, the Budget and Finance Committee, I know, is exploring all different options regarding our budget this year, even possibly consolidating certain departments. So there are proposed impacts to parking enforcement within the Department of Transportation. Does LAPD, aside from funding constraints, have the capacity to absorb these functions and possible positions?
Yeah, and we would have to do an assessment of that, not without additional personnel to be
Sure.
able to do that, and the funding to be able to support that. Many years ago in the 80s, we had that function, and it was broken off probably late 80s.
All right. Madam Chair, thank you so much for allowing me to be here as part of the Budget and Finance Committee today. You know, obviously, I feel that as council members, our number one priority should be the health and welfare of our citizens, and it's an unenviable task that the Budget and Finance Committee is set with. But as you can see, the civilian cuts that are being made to the department aren't just simply can be filled in by officers. These are specialized, technical, certified positions that do things like sexual assault kits, narcotics and ballistics evidence, tech support at our 911 centers, meaning if there's a problem, the 911 phone systems just go down. These are things that I hope that we deliberate on and hopefully find a way to fund these positions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McCosker.
Thanks very much. A really brief one before I get into some other questions. I'm going to come back to the civilians. Back to basic car, believe it or not. Do we really need a study on basic car? I mean, we've had a few studies. We know we know what coverage we need and what demographic changes have happened over years. We came dangerously close in 2017 to doing that study. Do we really need a study?
We don't need an exhaustive study. We know how to do it. We need a workload study and assessment on the various 40 factors or so that they look at to rebalance the workload across the city, using all of the different variables they use to be able to determine response time and so forth.
With the chair's permission, could we just modify that to find the funding or identify a way of putting together a basic car plan for the city of Los Angeles that matches 2025?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You said you had some more questions.
Yes, I do have a couple more questions. The big issue, I want to come back to the largest issue within your budget proposal is, or within the mayor's budget proposal is the elimination of 403 positions. Right. Are we clear on how many of those positions, I'm not proposing this, would be backfilled by police officers and how many just could not be backfilled? Is there a range? A real quick one. Don't read through the whole letter again.
Yeah, we have a list here. We can get to the list, but there's a number of them that are required. The administrative duties, potentially we could plug in police officers into to accomplish some of that work. The specialized thing, accounting clerk, automotive criminalists, mechanics, forensic print specialists, photographers, property officers, all of those type of assignments, you need special training or credentialing to be able to do that.
If this budget memo is already asked for in some way, we could fold it in, but I think we just need very precisely of the 403 positions, those that could be backfilled by police officers, those that could not, the effect on police officers' hours away from their real job, and the cost to somehow contract out or otherwise get the services that we've just cut, like mechanics. We know cops aren't going to turn a wrench, and somebody's got to fix the equipment. So I need that budget memo.
I have some of that for you here. Of the ones that could potentially be backfilled, it's 270.
Okay.
Which would be 67% of the total 403 filled positions would result in redeployment, and then 133, which is 32% of the total 403 filled positions, would result in department-wide inefficiencies.
I want the budget memo so that when it comes back, we make final decisions. If we were to make that what I think is a disastrous decision. We'd have to explain to the public why we're pulling 263 officers out of their core job function and putting them into other administrative functions. This is a question that I've asked the last chief as well, and I think I ask it every year. Looking at the hiring plan for sworn, the plan is 12 classes of 40.
Right.
What has been our last 12 classes? Or what was our, what's been the average class, and how many classes will we complete this year, this fiscal year?
Yeah, and you're aware, and I thank you for your help in that, is that the ability of the LAPD to be able to get people interested in becoming LAPD officers has increased pretty dramatically over the last year or so in particular. So we have people coming in the front end of the system. Processing them through the system has been the difficult part, where a candidate will apply to several different agencies, and others that are more nimble than us will pick them up as they go through the pipeline, and we'll miss the opportunity. So we're going to work with the new general manager of Personnel Department. We've got her pledge that we're going to make this work. So I'm very optimistic that in the year ahead, we'll have much better numbers than we had in the year behind us.
What were the numbers year behind us?
You have those?
Average class size was about 33 for the last 12 months.
How many classes?
13. We have one every 4 weeks.
13 classes, 33 each.
Yeah. So I will tell you that the last class that started with 40. So we're making a little progress, but we got to do better.
Okay. So the last question for the moment. The civilian savings, I hate saying that, is about $80 million. There are not a lot of places to find $80 million anywhere in the city. If there are any places, it's in the police department, among a couple of other departments. One of the biggest chunks you have, well, clearly the biggest chunk you have is the hiring and the hiring plan. And so we really need to compare, the amount of money that we're putting into, and this is for the CIO and for when it comes back, the amount of money we're putting into the hiring plan and the likelihood of us getting to that hiring plan, and the amount of money we're taking out of the civilian side. The other area that is a gigantic chunk of money is overtime.
Right.
I know overtime is going down about $30 million and down to about $200 million. How do we make sure that overtime is efficiently and effectively used, and what are mechanisms that you can apply to make sure that overtime is carefully preserved for those real moments when we need it?
Yeah, we try and be as judicious as we can. There's always room for audits to be able to drill down and make sure that what we're deploying needs to be deployed to. Can we do it more efficiently? Can we do it with fewer people without jeopardizing safety? And certainly in these budget times, we're very cognizant of that and looking to be as efficient as we can. But leadership, supervision, management, and holding ourselves and our people accountable for the expenditure of overtime dollars.
Anything more precise than that?
Sure, good.
Yes, we have a lot of systems in place. For example, any unplanned overtime has to be pre-approved by a supervisor before an officer can stay overtime. For example, officers make an arrest towards the end of their shift. They have to advise their supervisor that if they're going to stay and process the person and then do the arrest report, that they're going to be overtime. That supervisor then can see if the oncoming watch has extra officers that can take that task from the officers, or if those officers have to stay. So that's just one example. For our court overtime on officers' days off, our subpoena control officers, if 5 or 6 officers get subpoenaed on the same case, that subpoena control officer will review that case, contact the DA's office or CA's office, and see if we can get just the 2 primary officers put on call and everyone released. So there's a lot of effort made to make sure that only those people that are absolutely necessary for the overtime are working that overtime, because we know how tight it is.
Right. When we have a big emergency, imagine an emergency that covers the whole west side, and we have to hold people over. Is there a way to more strategically hold people over and call folks in to approach the problem, or do we have to put out the call to the entire department?
Well, we never want to undercut our resources on any type of emergencies, so we start large, and as soon as the command post and the incident commander is established and we have a response structure in place, then we can start downsizing. But we'll never just say, only you 10 officers go. That would not provide the safety or response we need for the community. So for example, you're talking about a TAC alert for the Palisades. We had to go to citywide TAC alert. We needed everybody there. Once we got the appropriate resources, we scaled back from there.
But when the tactical alert is called, is it always a citywide TAC alert, or can you focus it?
No, there's a variety of different TAC alerts, if you will. There's a citywide, there's by bureau, there's by division, there's a modified TAC alert. There's various varieties of TAC alerts to respond with appropriate resources given the emergency.
And who makes the call for the more trimmed tactical alert?
Well,
who makes the call? Who makes the call on those various?
The initial call will be made by the supervisor, the incident commander on the ground that's at the scene.
Okay, thank you.
And, you know, there's another level. We could have gone to a full mobilization, and we didn't. Meaning cancel all days off for everybody, and everybody comes in and responds, and that would generate, but that would be like a Northridge earthquake type of incident, which this wasn't. So.
Right, thank you.
Do you have a follow-up? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. On the subject of overtime, which comes at a major cost, which is a major cost driver, you've already talked a little bit about the process for using overtime, who authorizes it. It would be great to hear how it's documented. And do you utilize tools like Workday to track and manage it? And what steps are you taking to ensure it's used only when aligned with the most urgent safety needs?
We actually do have a report that we can prepare where we do downloads of hours that are performed for overtime. We share that information on a regular basis typically with the captains of the divisions. And so they are responsible for reviewing the usage of their overtime, for having a sense of comparison of how they're burning through overtime during the current year versus the prior year. And this is also a topic of discussion in our CompStat meetings. I know that sometimes I'll get phone calls from some of the captains who are to speak in CompStat, and they have questions where they want to walk through their overtime usage. So we do document that, and we do make that available to our decision makers to help guide them.
Great, thank you. I've personally attended events where more officers seemed present than necessary. For example, I went to go read at an elementary school, and there was like 6 to 8 officers there. That I understand is community engagement, but there are more urgent things. Like, we don't have enough officers to respond to, you know, the regular crisis emergencies that are happening. And so, are there ways to scale deployment without compromising safety? Can there be additional layers added so that if you all do want to send someone to read at an elementary event, that it's 1 officer instead of half a dozen?
So I'll speak to that. I can't speak to that particular event because I'm not sure what officers were there, but I will tell you whether it's a tactical event, whether it's a community engagement type of event, our supervisors are tasked with assessing the number of resources that are at each of these events, and if they're not needed or not necessary there, to release them back into their patrol duties. That happens on a daily basis at various crime scenes, tactical incidents, and community engagements. Some of the community engagement events, and I don't know if this is one that you're talking about, there are specific community officers or CSP officers that are assigned to a particular area, and I don't see a problem with them being at a certain event, engaging community, especially if they're assigned to that specific park or housing development or something like that. And I don't know if this was the case.
No, it was not. We don't have that in Council District 1. It was, you know, I uplifted, because I understand the tactical piece, right? Like, if there's an emergency at the crime scene. But can there be additional rules or standards for this type of, like, for example, reading at a school? Like, I think that's different than having to send someone to do a tactical overtime, like, event, right?
We can absolutely look at it, yes.
Okay. I have more questions, but I'll pass it back.
Okay, Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thanks. Most of my questions actually were asked him. I was thinking a lot about the overtime as well, and you know, we know that the amount that's there is probably not going to be enough for this coming year. You know, it's one of the weaknesses of the budget. There are a number of areas where we're rolling the dice a little bit, and we're probably going to come up short, and we're going to have to fix that in the FSR down the road, but, you know, we understand that. But like my colleagues, I would love to figure out ways that, you know, if there's any policy direction or things that we can do to help manage the overtime, we're all for it, and so please use us for that. But most of my questions there were covered. Just a random question about the drones that are being used. Is that something that civilians can do, or does that have to be sworn using the drones? And is there a way to leverage?
It could be civilian or sworn. They just have to have the FFA certification and the proper license to fly. However, the benefit of having a sworn person respond is they also know what they're looking for when they get to the scene. Again, this will cut down our response times, give better situational awareness to the officers on the ground. I'm not saying a civilian can't do that, but the learning curve will be much steeper than an officer going in there who is used to responding to these calls and knows what to communicate and look for and help the responding officers.
Right. Although I guess as we go down that road more and more, getting folks trained up, specialized civilians in that may be a very minor way to do some cost savings as well. I'll turn it back. Thank you.
Councilmember McCosker.
Just again, coming back to the central issue, a bunch of civilian folks who are proposed to be laid off that would effectively cripple the police department. And the cost of that would be $40 million in the coming year, but $80 million long term. And we've identified, we've come up with this frightening number of how many of those positions we could backfill with officers, which I am not for, but I understand that that's a number. And then there's a number that we couldn't backfill. I'm going to ask for a budget memo that indicates how many hiring classes would we reduce? How many hiring classes of sworn officers would we reduce next year to be able to create the savings, the money, and move it over to civilians? Alternatively, how much overtime would we need to reduce? Same memo. Or put on the books, for example, which is a terrible option, to be able to hire that same number of civilians? Or are there any other options within the police department to be able to maintain those civilian positions that can't otherwise be filled by police officers?
Follow up to that? Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Just to follow up on that, and I don't know if you're talking about removing classes, but I don't know, if you have fewer classes, can you have those classes have more people in them? So you said you do classes of 40, you typically are getting 30. What if you did, instead of 13, you did 10 classes, but you actually had 45 people or something to that effect?
Yeah, we max out at 50 per class based on post standards. It's basically a supervisor, instructor, student ratio that we have to adhere to. So we can't go up to 50.
There's no savings in terms of adjusting the number of classes, but upping the number of people. Okay.
My simple point, I don't want to go down this path, but my simple point is, whether it's fewer people in a class or fewer classes, we're talking about graduating through the academy police officers who can't be supported because the civilians aren't there to support them. So unless we're going to have a bunch of brand new officers looking at their shoes at the end of the year and doing nothing, we got to figure out how to get these civilians back.
Councilwoman Hernandez. And then I think we're going to try and close it out.
All questions?
Yeah, can you ask just a couple more?
Okay.
Okay.
But in regards to this, I would actually like to request that the CAO, with LAPD support, provide a budget memo on the cost savings that would result from reducing the proposed hiring plan of 480 officers in the coming fiscal year by 25%, 50%, and 75%, and direct those savings to restore proposed civilian field position eliminations. Okay, thank you. I'd also like to request a budget memo from the CAO projecting the cost for new sworn hires in years 2 through 5, including general fund impacts and salary savings from anticipated retirements and resignations. Thank you. I'd like to talk about traffic enforcement. The proposed budget includes $96 million for traffic control and a specific footnote allocating $1.8 million in overtime for Vision Zero traffic enforcement. Can you walk us through how these funds are planned to be deployed and how will impact be measured?
You all want to prepare a memo that comes back to us with this information?
Great. So I would like to ask a budget memo for that. That outlines the different uses for traffic control funding for the police department and a cost-benefit analysis of the use of traffic control officers and police resources for traffic control, and funding that can be reallocated to DOT for TCOs and the restoration of positions eliminated who are responsible for project delivery for Vision Zero. Thank you. There's also a note in the footnotes about $450,000 in overtime earmarked for cannabis industry compliance and $5.3 million for enforcement of illegal cannabis sales. I'd like to request a memo and report back from LAPD, the Department of Cannabis Regulation, Bureau of Street Services, and the City Attorney, outlining who manages these enforcement efforts, how staffing is coordinated, and how cost-effective measures for these funds can be allocated. Thank you. And I have two more budget memos, Chairwoman, and I will be done. Two small questions. Thank you. We've talked a lot about overtime, but I'd like to present two budget memos around that. I'd like to present a budget memo and doing a cost analysis of moving $50 million from the police overtime account into the unappropriated balance with guidance on how that could be structured and what implications would be. This memo should also include recommendations around monitoring and reporting quarterly on the use of sworn overtime to the council to ensure its use is prioritized for public safety incidents, and should include a requirement for authorization from City Council to access additional funds. And I would like to clarify my helicopter motion budget request, which I requested a few minutes ago. I would like to make sure that we please include metrics in this memo. For example, the ratio of hours of time spent in the air compared to the number of arrests and convictions made based on that information, and amount of time that in the air it is spent on high priority crimes, please. And then my last two questions. So we have many applicants qualify and make it. How many applicants qualify and make it through the entire process and are hired? Do we have?
How many in general? I don't have recent numbers. Anecdotally, I know in years past, prior to 2020, for every 100 people who applied to be a Los Angeles police officer, 4 made it to the academy and 3 made it through the academy.
For every 100?
Yeah.
4 and 3?
Yep.
Great, thank you. Can I get a budget memo asking for that?
Sure.
The last 2 years, what does that look like for folks that actually made it through the process and hired? Thank you. And the last question is, we have seen a lot of liability costs within PD related to personnel issues. Chief, what are you doing to improve the work environment for others to reduce these liabilities?
I mean, it's certainly something we're very concerned about. We're well aware of the issues we've been dealing with. We talk about it frequently. It's part of how we do business, our supervisor classes, our management class, talking about interpersonal skills, about de-escalating situations in the workplace. We use our ombuds office. Moving forward, my hope is, as part of our reorganization, is to reach out and talk with human resource specialists. We have a system within the organization where we weaponize internal affairs. Somebody makes a complaint against somebody else for what otherwise would be a workplace issue. In the private sector, that would be dealt with by HR. They have a number of things they would do. In our system, it's a complaint and often a cross-complaint, which ties up the system for months to go. Excuse me. And I want to take a good look at that and see how do we address that differently, satisfy the needs of the situation and our employees, but to do it in a way where we mitigate the risk on this as far as it relates to the budget particularly.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
And I know that process of reorganizing is happening, but I would still like to put a budget memo forward asking what it can look like for LAPD to bring in HR services, if that is an external hire brought in, that's a consulting firm, and or within personnel, and what that timeline is to bring them on board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation and the forthright answers to our questions. We appreciate it.
Thank you all very much for your time and consideration. We appreciate you.
All right. We're going to move on now to the fire department. Break. Take a break after this.
Switch off for breaks. I mean, I'm happy to start you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chief. If y'all can go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Interim Chief Ronnie Villanueva.
Emilio Rodriguez, Administrative Services, Fire Department.
Sammy Hinojosa, Chief Information Officer.
Matthew Hernandez, Government Affairs Director, LAFD.
All right. We've all had a chance to read your letter. Thank you very much for that. Is there anything you want to highlight in that letter? Otherwise, we can just jump right into the questions.
I would like to highlight a little bit.
Okay, sure.
All right.
A couple minutes.
Well,
Go ahead.
First of all, good afternoon, Chairwoman Yaroslavsky, esteemed council members Blumenfield, Hutt, McCosker, Hernandez, and Lee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss proposed budget 25-26 for the LAFD, as this proposed budget portrays a 13% increase from last fiscal year. We understand that every dollar in the city's budget is carefully weighed against competing needs, especially in the current economic state that we're in. The increase in this proposed budget will allow us to continue our goal to strengthen critical operations, modernize our equipment, invest in ongoing training, and ensure that the department is properly staffed and supported to meet the growing demands of the citizens of Los Angeles. While this proposed budget does reflect an increase, there are still critical operational needs that must be addressed. One of my top priorities is ensuring our firefighters are paid accurately as they continue to face ongoing discrepancies in their compensation. To resolve this, we urgently need additional funding to eliminate the persistent issues caused by our current payroll software. This priority is emphasized in the budget letter we submitted to the committee, which outlines the resources necessary to achieve this goal and ensure our LAFD personnel are compensated fairly and accurately. To end, I want to thank you all for your support. During the recent wildfires earlier this year, it was a trying time for our city. But your LAFD firefighters gave it their all, and your support did not go unnoticed, and all of the council members. Thank you again for the opportunity to discuss the needs of this year's proposed budget as the LAFD continues to face growing challenges such as more frequent wildfires, increased call volumes, and the demand for modern technologies. Working together, we can continue to move the department forward and enhance services for all of Los Angeles. So with that, please support our requests in the letter to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to start with Public Safety Chair, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief, for being here. The budget calls for increase in funding for a service called the Homeless Fire Protection and Street Medicine Program. That increase is $7.2 million. My question is, does that funding come directly from your department, or is that from the, your department in the operating budget of $923 million, or is this funding coming from a different line item in the budget?
It's coming from our budget.
Coming from your budget, okay. All right. Now, does this budget provide enough funding to ensure adequate coverage for the department's fast response vehicles? Those have been really helpful in Council District 12, and I want to make sure that with this increase of funding that we're going to try to maintain fast response vehicles in every district. Does this budget allow us to do that?
Yes. Yes, it does. The fast response vehicles are needed to patrol and extinguish encampments and other homeless incidents that we have.
Okay, now on the issue of maintenance, there's been a lot of talk about the maintenance, obviously, of our rigs. Does the department believe that there's enough funding being provided in this budget to ensure that the rigs are repaired and back into the field in a timely manner?
Yes, sir. This is helping out a lot, especially with our mechanics. We ended up getting extra mechanics. Like, I believe there's about 15 positions that be able to assist our supply and maintenance.
15, how many did you say?
I believe it's 14 or 15 positions. 4 heavy-duty mechanics, then there were some helpers and other assistants.
And I noticed 1.5 million in added contractual services to provide advanced turnout gear cleaning services. I personally can't believe we don't have extractors at each of our stations with what our firefighters go through. Does this service, is that in replacement of those having extractors on field? What I can make me understand what that is.
Actually, we're getting a lot of them from our foundation. Our foundation has been providing us our extractors. So
yeah.
Pretty soon we will have them in every fire station.
Really? You believe that you'll have an extractor? Because I've just funded 6 in my district.
Yes.
You think that this budget provides our ability to?
Oh, no, not to provide all of those, no.
Okay, but what about this 1.5 million in contractual services for cleaning services? What is that, like something instead?
Again, Emilio Rodriguez. So 1.5 million is specifically for professional cleaning and servicing of the turnout gear to address issues such as remediation of carcinogenic influences.
So what the extractors would do?
Extractors are separate and apart from that.
Okay.
Following historical studies on turnout maintenance, there's a need for professional services to decontaminate, alter, and provide guidance on, when's the right time to replace a certain gear.
Gotcha. Okay. So I know that currently the department has only one dispatch center, the MFC, but what are the plans to establish a secondary or backup center?
Well, we actually do have some plans in the works for a parallel dispatch center, and we're actually working with our foundation to assist us with that because, as you know, to have the Olympics here, we need to have 2. And the one dispatch center that we have down in P4, if you visited before, it's like going into the Twilight Zone. And our apparatus, we're sometimes in fire watch, once or twice a week. And that's not good.
Yeah, I've always been worried that one goes down and then we don't have a backup center.
So
there are plans for a backup center. I'm talking to a lot of fire personnel. That seems to be a priority to do that. I want to.
And we need to get it done as quickly as possible.
So we don't necessarily fund this through the budget. We're funding this through the foundation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So in your department response to the budget, you asked for additional resources for funding, most notably 1.7 million for payroll integration, software, and staffing. Does this funding get us to the finish line? I know there's been a lot of different issues that you've had regarding payroll and successful transition to integrated payroll and scheduling system that aligns with Workday. Do you believe that this is that final piece? I know that over and over again had issues, but do you believe that that's that final piece that we need for FD?
Well, I have someone here that's chomping at the bit to talk to you about that.
All right.
Thank you for the question, and I do believe it is a solution that we're looking for to get us across the finish line. So the complexities that the city brought in with Workday simply don't address our needs in terms for a robust scheduling system that deals with overtime, daily hires, things along those lines. What we're targeting with that money is an integration software, not a change in system of record. It is for us to replace our legacy network staffing system, and it will integrate directly with Workday. So it won't replace Workday's function, it'll work with Workday for our business. It will allow us to schedule, it'll allow us to recall, deliver overtime in the appropriate manner, and where we're at with these software integration is really a sliding scale. How much goes into Workday, how much would go into the third party, but not whether, we're definitely not trying to go around Workday. We're trying to get the information to Workday in a consumable format so we can pay on time and accurately.
If I may add to that, is that it's been a couple years, 2 to 3 years, that our members have not been paid correctly. And so this is something that people need to realize, that it's not like a flip of a switch and it fixes the problem. It's a project that's going to take some time. So.
All right. Well, Chief, I just want to say, I think I speak for all the council members. Thank you and your department for all the incredible work you've done over this past year. Personally, I saw 4 fires touch my district, 4 big fires touch my district, and we lost no structures, no loss of life. Whenever that happens, obviously my district is prone to wildfires. And whenever that happens, I get to see the great work that the men and women of the LAFD do. So thank you, and I'm glad that we're moving forward and trying to get you the resources you need for this budget.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. We're going to move now to Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you. And I certainly echo the sentiment of my colleague in appreciation. Just to jump into some questions. For what services can LAFD bill for Medi-Cal, and how can we increase the Medi-Cal reimbursement for services provided by LAFD? And if that's more appropriate as a report back, that's fine too.
Sure, we can report back on that, but currently we have the public PPGMT program that for which we invest certain, I forget what the exact amount is, about $30 million we set aside each year to make payments to the State Department of Healthcare Services, and we get an uplift rate from the typical 120 reimbursement rate for Medi-Cal transports. The uplift rate is about over 1,000 at this time. So with that investment, we get that $30 million reimbursed to the city with net revenue, which we are calculating at this time of $36 million since the PPGMT came into effect in January 23. So that program in particular has dividends, and but you know, to respond to other aspects of your question, we'd be happy to report back.
Great. No, and I'm familiar with that program, and that's been a great way we've gotten dividends, so to speak. And I'm just, the more, especially as we're taking on more of the homeless stuff, and there's just more and more of the calls are medical, and that is often a real opportunity for reimbursement from the Fed. So it just, maybe I'll get a report back on the services that Medi-Cal could reimburse, what are reimbursable, and what are the ways that we can do to maximize those reimbursements. Something we should do anyway, but in the budget crisis, all the more reason to do it. Because the county, I mean, they're responding to a lot of the medical calls as well, and they may respond to the identical call and they'll get reimbursed and we won't, and sometimes, just by the way it's structured, right?
Yeah, of course. You know, Medi-Cal can be a little layered and complicated, so it's something we probably want to circle back with our billing contractor to understand the nuances.
Which sort of, if you can't beat them, join them. Let's figure out how the county's doing that and get those reimbursements. Also wanted to ask about the programs within LAFD that collect fees, and which of these programs are full cost recovery versus partial cost recovery. And maybe just, that could also be a report back on the programs that collect fees with analysis on which programs achieve full cost recovery versus partial cost recovery. And part of the reason I'm thinking that is, you know, one way we, you know, want to help you get to ultimately to that point where you can get the money for the Workday stuff, and there may be some some wiggle room in some of those fees. The ones that are partial reimbursement, where getting a reimbursement might free up some general fund. So as you look at the report back on that, look toward if any of those, if moving any of those fees to full cost recovery would indeed free up some general fund, well, period, but ideally at least enough to be able to do the addition that you're looking for. Can you recommend areas where the city could do a better job in terms of cost recovery with collection of fees or gaining revenues toward cost recovery could help us? You know, is there any, I mean, I guess that's for the report back, but off the top of your head, is there any area like that you think we might be able to pursue?
Well, by design, most of our fees on the fire prevention side are calculated at full cost recovery. You know, the plant check inspections for private developments, et cetera, those are revisited every year through the cost of special services study, which is presented to the council for review every year. So again, that encompasses plant check, fire prevention services for, you know, virtually all development in the city. There's also the CUPA fees, Certified Union Program Agency fees for you know, industrial waste inspection. Those fees are also updated annually through the its own cost of special services, and we have a fairly, because those are billed to industries, we have a very good rate of return on those fees. And third category would be ambulance fees, which are also calculated at cost recovery. The only reason we don't actually get full collection there is because we, you know, for many transports, we only collect the Medi-Cal rate. By design, those are also calculated at full cost recovery. And there's a report that the department has released over the last month to update those fees for 25-26.
Okay, so those we accounted for those potential revenues? We probably haven't.
That's accounted for in the EMS revenue to the tune of $175 million for 25-26. So it's the current rate would generate 157. So it's a sizable increase in revenue.
Okay, although the fee studies were just done, so has that been incorporated into this year's budget proposal?
Right, the fee that was approved, I think 3 years ago, that's the 157 million. It corresponds to current year. The report moving forward is already accounted for in next year's budget revenue. So that would be 175 million.
Okay. I'll do one more and then
we have a follow-up.
Oh, follow-up. Go ahead.
And then we'll go back to.
Just a follow-up on cost recovery. Do we, I don't know why it's not on. This is a follow-up on the cost recovery. Do we have any practice or plan or experience with billing insurance companies on automobile accidents for our costs for responding? And if not, can I get a report back on the ability to create a program for billing insurance companies for accidents in the public right-of-way that we respond to?
Yeah, I'd be happy to report back on that.
Okay, and then I'll ask one more and then I'll turn it over. There's additional staff for streamlining film permits in this budget, and it's expected there'll be full cost recovery there for 4 new staff members, as I read it. But I understand also from the mayor in her State of the City, we're seeking to reduce or eliminate some of the film permit fees. So will the impact of the projected revenues need to be adjusted for the staff if we do eliminate that permit fee or reduce it? And if you don't have that answer, I can also do a report back on how the plan to fulfill the full cost recovery for the four new positions added for the film permit streamlining package if the permit costs are actually reduced.
Actually, I have the fire marshal here, be able to answer that question for you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. David Perez, Deputy Chief of the Fire Department and your fire marshal. On the film unit, the 4 positions, 2 fire inspectors, a administrative clerk, and an accounting clerk, would actually, the 2 inspectors, the amount of work that they would do we're anticipating that they would bring in an additional $1 to $1.5 million in revenue through their spot check program that we currently don't collect. The cost of the total 4 positions is approximately $475,000 to $500,000 per year, and we're looking at increasing revenue from those 4 positions. Really, the 2 inspectors are the ones doing the revenue work, and then the accounting clerk and the admin clerk are support to the entire film unit. The cost does get rolled in, as Mr. Rodriguez was just explaining, to the cost of special services. So once those positions are added, then they go into the next year's cost of special services report, and it affects what we call the inspector hour, which is the total cost of the Fire Prevention Bureau divided by the number of inspectors. And that's all costs of the Bureau, including indirect costs. And so they would be rolled in eventually. And then the spot check fee now, it used to be a flat rate fee for years. It was never touched. 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, it was indexed to the inspector hour. So now it will go up annually with the cost of special services.
Okay. Well, I guess just the report back, and if we do reduce that streamlined packet, that permit fee, what that would cost ultimately to get that back. But right now it looks like we're covered. So
Yes, sir.
That could be a special study too if we're not doing it in this budget. So last thing, just the status of the CERT program. Have cuts been proposed for the program? What are the impacts? You know, my constituents love the CERT program. It's a great educational tool.
Well, we're working on that. We'd be happy to have a report back on that to know exactly where we can get the funding for that. Because the CERT program is very, very important to us.
And is it in this budget? Is it cut or is it funded?
I'm not sure, actually.
I'm not aware of reductions to CERT.
Okay, so if we get a report back on status of the CERT program, if there are any cuts in it, what's needed to keep it whole? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember McCosker.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chief. I'm very pleased with this very large increase to the fire budget for the 2nd year in a row. Very large increase to the fire budget, including 227 new positions. But I want to break down how those positions are sorted out in the homelessness and street medicine team. I assume that the funding for that is for salaries, all related costs, including pension and health. Those are fully loaded. How many team members are you anticipating? LAFD team members?
It's about 67, I believe.
67, okay.
Yeah, 67. And then the remainder of the 227 would be civilian and sworn.
Got it, okay. And now, is it, for your personnel, is that constant staffing?
Yes, sir.
So that'd be constant staffing. And is that, what chain of command? How will that be organized?
It's through each bureau, or, well, I should say, actually, through emergency operations and administrative operations.
Yeah.
And they'll go down from there.
Okay. And then how will the street medicine programs interact with Circle, all of our non-sworn programs that are somewhat similar and have overlapping functions?
You talk about the fast response vehicle?
Yeah.
Well, fast response vehicle and the APRU, they work very well with the public and actually helping us with the homeless issue that we have.
Okay, but actually, thank you for that. I'm glad for that. But I'm talking about the UMCR and the Circle programs, the programs that we have that are out, not necessarily doing medical response, not at all doing medical responses, but doing homeless response and folks that are in distress. Is there some overlap or interaction between what we are proposing for the fire department and Circle and UMCR?
We do not interact with Circle. We don't. Yeah, we don't work with them. We're aware of it. We're aware of the program, but our FRUs and APRUs work themselves.
Okay. I think I'd like a little clarity. Maybe the CIO. Could you tell us how we will make sure we're delineating between the calls and responses for this unit in fire and the UMCR and the circle programs. And if there's not an overlap, I will stand corrected.
Sure,
But
I'll take it. We'd be happy to report back on that, but in general, if we're talking about response, homeless response, clearly if it's a fire, there's no overlap, and UMCR does not do medical response. So that is an area that has we've had some beginning discussions around as to whether there could be a component of UMCR that would have to be built out to provide initial response to low priority medical calls, particularly for persons experiencing homelessness. But that is not a part of the current program.
so there'll be protocols in place as to where the LAFD street medicine programs, leave off and other programs begin, because they're dealing with the same population.
That would need to be developed. This is a new program, a new proposal, and there would need to be significant policy development around that.
Okay.
Councilwoman Hernandez with a follow-up.
Thank you. Yes. I just want to be clear. Like, my question is similar to Councilmember McCosker, but it's around how will the new positions on your homelessness team interact and support with existing street medicine teams already operating in the field. For example, my district has a USC street medicine team specifically to our district.
Right. We all work very well together out in the field.
Great, thank you, Chief. I hear that, and I guess what I'm trying to get into is, like, for example, you all respond to a call, but you notice it's not an emergency call, right? Like, you don't need to take the person to the emergency department, but maybe he has some wounds on his legs as a result of problematic substance use and the conditions of being homeless. In that case, you all can do wound care, and also, if you want to respond to other higher emergency priority situations, there could be a mechanism where you call on the street medicine team to be able to respond to that situation. So my question was, like, how could that potentially look like? Is it everybody gets on the same radio frequency? Everybody gets on the same radio system? Because I think what my council members was asking about is, like, we have this ecosystem of public safety and response and different levels to that, right? Like, you and PD are the highest level of crisis response, emergency response. But how do we connect you with some of the smaller steps that will perhaps take off some of the weight that is put on you all? For example, like in MacArthur Park, like all the overdoses, right? And the wound care that happens. That's what my question is. Like, is there a possibility potentially of, getting everybody on the same radio system? Your team could call USC Street Medicine team, be like, hey, this case looks like it's for y'all. We're gonna go ahead to another call.
Thank you, Councilman, for that clarity. I understand what you guys are trying to ask, so I just want to clarify, Chief's points.
What are we trying to ask? What do you mean you understand what we're trying to ask? What are we trying to ask?
How our street medicine program interacts with the alternative response models currently existing in our city.
Yeah.
So they currently interact on scene right now, only on scene. There is a way we can assess and determine how they can be part of our dispatch system in the future, but that is currently the only way they work right now out in the field. Not only APRUs, like the Chief mentioned, FRVs, on scene, when we get called, from our people in the field, we tend to interact with the circle program out here in the city limits. That's the only way currently. But for the future, we would definitely consider and look into how they can be under one triage system to respond and collaborate together with the same population we keep, visiting and responding to.
Great.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think Councilmember Kosker has a follow-up to that.
Yeah, and maybe this is a question for the mayor's office, because we do have street medicine teams, and we do have different levels of responses for homelessness. And I would ask, sort of, what is the fully loaded annual cost for a street medicine team by the fire department? That would be one question. And then the other question for the mayor's office is, what is the intention for, what is the long-term plan for now introducing sworn service, fire department street medicine teams, and how are they going to interact with the street medicine teams that are out there and the various levels of homelessness response that are mobile, whether it's UMCR or Circle. I mean, what is the plan?
Can we make that a memo? Or do you want them to come up now,
Well-
Mr. McCosker?
Looks like there's no volunteers, so I guess that's a memo. The cost of a street medicine team and how it interacts or improves upon or builds on street medicine teams that are non-sworn and the various levels of folks that are providing services to our homeless neighbors or folks in distress in the street.
And the county.
And the county. And the county.
Yes.
I mean, I get that there's a high desire to pump money into the fire department, which I'm all for, but is that all this is about? Or is there some other explanation? Because we're laying off people. Let's be real clear about this. We're laying off 1,600 people. So I want to know, what's the cost of the street medicine team and how does it compare to street medicine teams that we have deployed? I'm all for more street medicine teams. Thanks.
Councilwoman Hernandez, you had a follow-up to that?
Yeah, yes. We don't have the cost of what the fire street medicine team is right now?
We do have the cost of
Yeah.
that.
What is the cost for the LAFD street medicine team?
Well, as it's proposed, if you'd hold on one second.
The package is 7 million,
Well, the 7 million, isn't it for all those positions?
67 positions. right?
Yes, but those 67 are not the street medicine team, right? I'm talking about the street medicine team that would actually be the one responding to a call, like someone that needs wound care. How much, is that, or we might be, our definitions of street medicine team might be different. So maybe we start there?
There may be different interpretations depending on, but for the staffing within this package, it would include the 4 APRU teams. Some crossover may be within the FRV teams if they're staffed with a paramedic. So, trying to see the other. There's 2 BLS ambulances that would contribute to that. And some participation. There's a physician and 2 fire captains involved in supervision and management of the overall effort. So it'd be a significant component of that, a significant amount of that 7.2 million. Because the other components are inspections and arson investigators.
Thank you for that. I think when APRUs are a much higher level of care, right, or response compared to, for example, what the actual model is for a street medicine team. And I think we have to be very careful and cautious with the vocabulary we use because APRs, they do a lot more on-the-spot crisis response. Our street medicine teams are not crisis response. They activate pre-crisis, so like providing people psychotropic medication on the spot so that prevents mental health crises. They also support people after crisis, so perhaps after they got out of hospital or the jail after a crisis. And so I think I would like some clarity there. If this is a homelessness and fire prevention and street medicine team, I think we need to actually figure out what that name is because I would not, because of the level of acuity they respond to, put APRs in the same bucket as street medicine teams. And so I don't know if we do that through a memo, if we do it, like, and I know Councilmember McCosker has called for things. I don't know if that's would love some clarity on how to, this is my first time in the budget here.
And we can do a report back.
I'd love clarity on that. Okay. Through a budget memo? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Hutt, Chairwoman.
Councilwoman Hutt, and then I'm going to ask a question. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I have a couple of questions that are not about street medicine, but it is about the Human Resource Department and the Fire Department. The added staffing in Human Resource Division is allocated for 2 personnel record supervisors and 8 positions to support human resources. Will the 8 positions support the payroll operations that we're dealing with?
Right, they directly contribute to that effort to, again, getting firefighters paid accurately and on time. HR component that involves assessing firefighters' base rates and all the bonuses that are packaged into their rate depending on their assignment. There's an accounting payroll counterpart that processes the information, for payroll purposes to actually issue a paycheck. There's 4 separate positions provided for accounting payroll on that. So collectively, it's about 12, at least 12 positions to, properly service the department's accounting and HR assessment and payroll needs that will work with the new Workday system on an ongoing basis.
And so my additional question is, what is the department's anticipated timeline for identifying and implementing this modern scheduling system?
And I'll defer to Sam on that piece.
Yes, thank you for the question. So we discussed this a little bit in the Personnel Committee, and I thank you for the question. The project itself is a major project. So once we determine the direction that we're going, which I think we're pretty close, we've identified the options, we've identified possible vendors. That process will take probably 6 to 8 weeks in total in concert with ITA, making sure that we're selecting the right vendor. But once that begins, you're looking at an 8 to 12-month project, full-blown project. So for it to hit production and start to produce results would be towards a full year.
Do you have a test period time to make sure that the systems are talking to each other, for lack of...
Yes, council member. So that'll be part of the project process itself. We'll have to integrate the two, have them tied together, and we'll run test cases through them. As a part of the selection, we'll also run those scenarios up front. In other words, here's 6 to 10 scenarios where a fire department is currently struggling. Please show us your solutions, both directly to Workday, because if they can do it themselves, that's the preference, and also to a third-party software.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have a question. It's my understanding from earlier conversations with former Chief Crowley that 2 changes were set to take effect on January 12th of this year, and both were delayed due to the fires. The first was to consolidate shift changes and ensure that shift changes are complete within 5 minutes of the hour, thus ending the early relief policy, which recently cost the city $9.5 million in a legal settlement that only covered 1/3 of affected firefighters, leaving us potentially exposed to further claims. And the other was to reduce and restrict trades or shift changes. Can you speak to your timeline to implement these 2 policy changes, Chief?
Actually, we are very close with the shift change at 6 o'clock. We're meeting with labor for that, and we are still in discussion as far as the transfers. That's still on the table. As far as
on trades?
On trades.
Okay. Are you concerned that maintaining shift trades allows firefighters to cluster their work and live out of the area, even out of state, in such a way that we may compromise our ability to rapidly deploy in the event of an emergency like we saw earlier this year?
Unfortunately, we don't know that yet until we actually implement it and see if there's any gaps in the process.
All right, I think I'd like to have a report back on the timeline for the policy around trades so that we have a better sense of when that's going to happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I have a question about brush clearance. For the line item in contractual services, contract brush clearance for $3.5 million, could you tell us about who performs this work, contractors or city workers? And if both, how much of each? When possible, I'd like us to use city labor for this work in order to retain city workers. It would be great to know if there's any partnership that you all have with Public Works or the General Services Department to get this work done.
Ma'am, can you note the amount, please? And that would...
Yes, it's $3.5 million in the contractual services section for contract brush clearance. While that's being looked for, can I ask for my memo? Wonderful. Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you. For work that is done,
Yes.
For work that is done for properties that have not performed brush clearance and a lien is put on the property, what was our typical cost recovery for this work on an annual basis? I would like a budget memo on cost to have city labor perform this work compared to contractors based on estimated costs for the coming fiscal year.
Councilmember, in answer to your previous question regarding the brush clearance $3.5 million contract, we do not use city forces to do the brush clearance work. It's all private contractor. We have approximately a dozen different landscape companies that bid for the work. We have bid packages that we put together every week or so, and they bid on those packages as a whole, and then they go out and do the brush clearance on those parcels. The parcels we're talking about are those that have failed the initial inspection, and then the second inspection, the re-inspection that follows approximately a month later. And if by that time the homeowner has not cleared the property, those are the properties that are put out to bid, and then the contractors clear them. We do get all of the money back, either directly from the person, or if they don't pay, at some point the unpaid invoices are brought here to council, where you all have them attached to the property as a lien. So eventually we always collect all of that $3.5 million back.
Wonderful. So that sounds like you got a strong process there. I think where we can make it a little bit stronger is by seeing how we can focus the labor on our city family. And so I asked for a memo on cost to have city labor perform this work compared to contractors based on estimated costs for the upcoming fiscal year. And what it would look like for you all to partner with Public Works and General Services to get that work done.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have one more question, Chairwoman. I've heard from firefighters on the ground and paramedics that oftentimes they have to wait a very long time to discharge a patient to a hospital, sometimes hours. And sometimes the reason is that, you know, the hospital emergency rooms are not fully staffed at the levels they should to be able to receive those patients, which means that, again, our firefighters and paramedics are left there waiting to be able to transfer a patient to the hospital. I would like to request a budget memo that calculates how much money it is costing us for our firefighters and paramedics to have to wait to discharge or to transfer patients over to hospitals when they bring them into hospitals, and what legislative changes need to be made for that not to happen anymore, whether it's the hospital staffs up or whether other changes could be made legislative-wise to not have our firefighters and paramedics have to wait hours to transfer a patient over.
Yes, council member, we are totally aware of that, and of course we will prepare a memo for you. But just so you know that we know it's a huge problem, and we do have our captains, our EMS captains that do go to the hospitals to try to alleviate that or to speed up the process.
Yes, and because I mean they're having to wait. So I've seen it, I've heard it, and I'm glad that there's a bit of a solution in some cases. And I think also the hospitals can do a little bit more, right, to make sure our members aren't out there stuck. And actually, Council Chairwoman, I have one more question, if that's okay.
Sure, and then we're going to keep going. I think we've got a lot of questions on the queue.
Thank you. To be able to increase the fast response vehicles and advanced practitioner response units, which have been very successful, and I get a lot of compliments about them in my district, we must have additional paramedics, right, to be able to expand them. Are we competitive in paying paramedics to attract and retain compared to local jurisdictions around us?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Are we paying our paramedics competitive wage to attract them compared to our other local jurisdictions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I think this is a question for the chief and CAO. It's a two-parter. How many fire chiefs, including assistant chiefs, battalion chiefs, division chiefs, et cetera, are currently funded in this proposed budget?
Including battalion chiefs? We'd have to report
Battalion
on.
chiefs, division chiefs, assistant chiefs.
We'd have to report on that. I believe there are 28 assistant chiefs, deputy chiefs, and above that are funded in the budget.
And how does this compare with LAPD?
And Patty can correct me, but I believe LAPD has about half the deputy chiefs and assistant chiefs.
Okay, and what's the average salary for those chiefs?
We would have to report back on that.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to understand what the supervisory burden is for a chief in fire versus a chief in police and what those salaries look like. So if we can get a report back on that, that'd be great.
Just for clarity, there is a breakdown of various firefighter classes, including chief officers on page 351 of the Blue Book package.
Yeah, I just want to better understand on the admin side how many people each of those deputy chiefs is supervising.
Correct.
In addition to the other questions. Councilmember Kosker, you have a follow-up?
Well, just a reminder that we do have Exhibit H, and Exhibit H is in instruction number 20 that instructs the fire chief to take necessary steps to consolidate the Equity Bureau into the Professional Standards Division, which does have some effect that you may be getting at. And I think it would make sense for this, if you don't mind, it would make sense for this budget memo to give us a ratio of chiefs to captains and below, comparable to other large city departments, as well as comparable to the fire department, the police department, excuse me. But I think it would probably be more helpful to see how it compares to other large fire departments, not small fire departments where the ratio is thrown off by the fact that they're very small.
I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
And I just have one more question. Colleagues, anyone else first? Okay, so we currently staff our stations on a 24/7 basis with a certain number of personnel per apparatus, which necessitates multiple individuals per position, in effect to maintain that level of staffing. And any shortfalls in staffing result in a significant use of overtime funds. Can you speak to how you make deployment decisions and whether you believe there are efficiencies that can be realized?
Well, as you know, we have our constant staffing. What we're trying to do actually is to continue hiring so that we can eliminate, well, we'll probably never eliminate overtime, but to reduce it as much as possible. So we do have two classes or 2.5 classes this year. One was half of last year and then 2 fully funded this year. And our classes, usually we start off with about 75 and end up anywhere between 40 and 45 that graduate. So this year, hopefully we'll probably get around 150 more bodies out in the field.
Okay, I'd like to ask the CAO and fire for a memo on ways we could reduce overtime costs by adjusting staffing practices. And what that might look like, and include the CLA in that, please. Okay. Anybody else?
Yep.
Councilmember Lewinfield.
Wanted to ask about the 1.5 million payroll integration software upgrade item. Has LAFD identified the program already? Will it integrate itself with Workday? And how many systems analysts and program analysts are currently assigned?
We do believe we have identified it. We will pursue likely through a piggyback agreement. Done a lot of homework with our partners, other agencies to see what's out there and what effectively integrates with Workday. The effort right now and the price requested or the amount of money requested reflects not only the software but full integration services, training, et cetera, through the company or any company chosen. The request for 2 programmers and a senior systems analyst are to help drive the project internally and to be able to customize and maintain the project moving or the software moving into the future.
So do we have the staff to do that? You're saying you need
No,
new staff?
that is included in that 1.7 request.
Okay.
We do not currently have that staffing.
And how many do we have? How many total number of system analysts and program analysts are currently assigned with LAFD?
Within the entire ITB?
Yeah.
I'd have to come back with you on that. I mean, the total department is 55 right now.
So if you could report back on that, the total number of system analysts and program analysts assigned totally, and then also, you know, we'll report back on options for funding that 1.5 million.
Okay.
Councilmember Kosker and then Councilwoman Hernandez.
I have two discrete areas, both relating down to the harbor area. One is, Chief, can you tell me how we're doing with Coupa funding, Coupa positions, really important positions for protecting our safety? And then I'm going to ask very specifically about Coupa and the analyses we're going through on the Rancho tanks down in the harbor area, which you're really familiar with.
It's a question for our fire marshal.
Yeah. We have a couple of pending motions about whether Coupa has enough assets and resources, and very specifically, we're looking for some follow-up information on the Rancho tanks, which I believe are dangerous and not in compliance with current standards.
Yes, sir. So in answer to the first part of the question, in terms of positions, this year's budget has been very generous to Coupa. It adds an accounting staff to help us, which will be a huge help to us. We're struggling in that area for Coupa right now. It adds an environmental technician. It also adds a senior management analyst, and I believe, I'm trying to remember what other position. The positions do, though, bolster our ability to increase hazmat enforcement,
right.
Specifically on the technical side. Right. And like in regarding Rancho, the two process safety engineer positions, we just filled one of them about a month ago. We're going through the process of getting the civil service exemption for the second one so that we can fill that. We have the person standing by waiting to go. We believe those positions will be particularly beneficial to us in addressing cases such as Rancho, and we're actually developing a program currently where we think we might be able to specifically address some of the problems that you've mentioned at Rancho. I suspect we just had city attorney review of that program that just came back favorable. So we're putting it together. We should have something for you on that within a week or two.
Great. I appreciate that. And I do know that there are a lot of demands on the time of our Coupa folks. And
Yes,
we share space with them down in the harbor area, and I do see how hard they're working. And I am looking forward to the response back on the Rancho pending requests and the further debate on the compliance standards. I perceive them as being out of date, the facility out of date, and non-conforming to current code. So that's one. So thank you. I look forward to that.
Yes, sir.
But then two, Chief, and more of a happy conversation, the harbor and the harbor department and our marine operations. Can you give me a little assessment of how we can make sure that we are maintaining the marine operations in A1 condition and getting the Port of Los Angeles to pay for it? And I'm particularly interested in the captains down there, and I want to make sure that we are also treating with respect the supervisor mates who will be affected by the new captains.
Well, actually, that was my idea a few years back.
Good.
And we've been working on that, and it's a safety issue. There's no disrespect to the supermates at all, but when they're out there actually having to work, they're watching their divers, they're trying to maneuver the boat, they're trying to communicate on the radio, and it's a lot. And so I know it's been done over the years, but after we had that incident over in New Jersey with the collapse of the bridge, command and control was an issue. And so the port, Mr. Soroka has been very generous in helping us with our positions, with the marine operations positions, with the 4 positions, and also maintaining the boats. So I think we're, with the great relationship that we have with the port and the selection of who we have as the actual battalion chief in that position is a direct correlation to the success of the marine operations position and operations down in the port.
I wouldn't normally get into such minute detail, but since you know it so well, the supermates need to maintain they need to keep their bonus pay despite the entrance of the captains.
Their what pay?
Their bonus pay.
Oh,
yes.
yes.
They get bonus pay today, and when the captains show up, they should keep their bonus pay.
And I would agree to that.
That's great, thanks. What about just the condition of our facilities down there? It's very uneven. You know, we've got 110s, which is a wreck, Can we work together to make sure that the Port of Los Angeles works with the fire department to upgrade those facilities in time for the Olympics?
I will be more than happy to meet with you and Mr. Soroka. We've been trying to work on that for years, and I know it's bad down there. Some of the docks are as well.
Good.
But I'm sure if we bring that up to the port, they'll assist.
Great, because when sailing comes to the Port of Los Angeles, we want to make sure that we have a fully functional marine side fire safety.
I am well aware of that.
All right, thanks very much. Thanks, Chief.
Councilwoman Hernandez, to wrap us up.
Thank you, thank you. I'm going back to the paramedics, if that's okay. How will the department increase their paramedic capability? They have money to hire them, but what's the plan to recruit them?
We're actually doing very well with our paramedic classes. This last class that we had, we graduated 18, and we continue to put them out in the field. Also, when our recruits sign up, they also sign a contract that they will participate in the paramedic program.
Beautiful.
So it's a continuous cycle of recruitment, because our paramedics, they need assistance out there. All of them are getting beat up.
Okay, thank you. And you said 18, right? What's the average, or what's the maximum they can take in a class?
I believe there was 25, I think it is. It's a big number.
Great, so you're almost filling the class then on these?
We're trying to fill them up.
Okay, wonderful. And do you have any plans to, you don't have a hard time getting a flow of people coming in to apply for that?
To apply for paramedics?
Yeah.
It's actually increasing, because I believe it's the 17% increase in their pay as well.
Okay.
So they get paid very well.
Wonderful. And last question on the paramedics. Are y'all working with any universities or colleges to get people started on the paramedic pipeline? I know that people can go to UCLA to get their license, but I also know that people go to Cal State LA to go through their fire engineering program, right, to become firefighters. Any other conversations happening with institutions like Cal State LA to create a deeper pathway for paramedics?
Absolutely. We try that in our recruitment department to try to get as many firefighters and paramedics as possible. And as you know, our lines are pretty good for recruitment and people that want to join the fire department.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilmember Bloomfield.
Okay, this will be the last one, and it'll be a lighthearted one, but a real one. It's too bad Mr. Spindler has left, because I think he would enjoy this question, which is about goats. I've mentioned them before in previous years for brush clearance, and the county actually has a contract, their fire department, with a goat company, and they work really cheap. They don't demand overtime. Is there a way that we can leverage either the county contract or do more brush clearance with goats? Would that make sense? And if you don't have the answer to that, and get a report back.
Well, I don't think I need the fire marshal for this one, that I would support that, absolutely. But yes, we could look into that for you.
Okay. Is there anything else? I mean, I know we've looked at it before, and other folks have used them, so. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
And just to confirm, Councilmember, that is a memo request, correct?
It is.
Excellent, thank you.
It is the goat of requests. No.
All right. Are we done? Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you, team, for coming. We appreciate
Well, I
your
would like to
time.
thank all of you. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate your support and appreciate all of council during our fires. I just came back from Metro Chiefs over in Myrtle Beach, and there were chiefs there from New York, from Mexico, from France, Germany, New Zealand, all over the place. And they all know about LAFD. It was all positive, and they want to thank all of us for all of you for what you have done for us. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. We are going to move now to the Emergency Management Department. And colleagues, we've got EMD personnel ITA left. So still going strong, we're halfway there. All right, welcome. If you could go ahead and introduce yourself and your team, and we'll jump right in.
Good afternoon, Carol Parks, General Manager for the city's Emergency Management Department.
Good afternoon, John Brown, Assistant General Manager for the city's Emergency Management Department.
Good afternoon, Jim Featherstone, Assistant General Manager for the Emergency Management Department.
Excellent, welcome. We read your letter. Thank you for submitting that. Is there anything you want to highlight in the letter, or can we just jump right in?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Budget Chair, and to the committee members. Thank you all for engaging the Emergency Management Department. It seems like Public Safety Day. We're coming behind police and fire. However, we are an integral part of public safety for the city of Los Angeles. And as you've heard the public comment, Angelenos are expecting a city that works and a future that they can believe in. And EMD is an integral part of that, in that this expectation remains with us every day for every Angeleno, every neighborhood, every business, and every visitor that comes to our great city. January 2025, nature itself and unforeseen circumstances contributed to send LA a fiery reminder of the value of preparation. And now we are in recovery from that very horrific event, a recovery that will take not days, not weeks, not months, but years. The Emergency Management Department's mission remains to help keep our major cities safe, as well as any other public safety agency of the city, which is why we continue to request year after year for staffing to adequately plan for all of the growing threats that face the city, the state, and the world. We are grateful for Mayor Bass and the proposed budget to keep staffing for the city's Emergency Management Department status quo. However, this in no way indicates the need for additional staffing to ensure that our city is not only safe, but that we are prepared for the next eventuality. On our calendars, in less than a year, we will begin a series of world stage events, from the Super Bowl to the World Cup to the Olympics and Paralympics. In addition to these events, we must be prepared for anything that could happen before, during, or after these major events. While I am grateful for the city's ability to respond to the events that we've responded to thus now, I realize that we need a continued commitment, not only from EMD, but from all of the other city departments that work along with us in our Emergency Operations Center. So I would ask your support and your consideration while we go through this very dire fiscal climate, that you consider that many of the people who may be slated for layoff, proposed layoffs, are the very ones that report to the EOC. They're the very ones that help us prepare our city through plan writing, through exercises, and through training. I will ask you to consider to invest in our department, and when funds become available, if you will fill the necessary vacancies that need to be filled so that we can continue to do the work that we do. Thank you, and I will take any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. We're going to start with Public Safety Chair John Lee. Thank you.
just have one question, Carol. We've had talks over this last week about your budget, and I know you briefly touched on it here, but I'm just having a hard time understanding the positions that you want us to fill if we do find available funds, whether it be now or in the future. What exactly the purpose is for those positions, and who's doing it? Someone's doing it now. So if someone's doing it now, what is not being done?
Thank you, Councilmember, for your question. So in the budget memo that was presented, we asked for increased staffing and so that we could have a standing recovery division. To date, this department has never had a recovery and reconstruction division, and by ad code, we are responsible to lead recovery. What we currently do is that we reassign staff. We currently have 12 staff reassigned to work on the recovery mission. And so the work that they would normally do in developing plans, conducting training and exercises, doing community outreach, all of that has to be set aside so that we can focus on recovery, which is a full-time job. Jim Featherstone was brought on to assist and to help lead with that recovery effort. And so what we would like to do when funds and if funds become available is to build out a standing recovery division so that we can put together a more comprehensive recovery plan based on lessons learned from the Palisades fire and the Eaton fires, and so that we will have a leaning forward posture so that when the next disaster happens, we're able to ramp up the recovery effort a lot sooner. Jim, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, the recovery, so everyone knows that we brought on a consultant. The county brought on the consultant also. The big difference was that the county has a standing recovery capability. The consultant was brought on to augment county's capability. The consultant at the county didn't have to create a structure and a framework from scratch. At EMD, the consultant has spent a significant amount of their early time here actually creating a structure essentially from whole cloth. There was the only recovery capability that EMD had was the assignment of one EMC2 as a recovery unit leader during the actual fire. But once the fire was out and we actually started to get into the more difficult part of the first phase of recovery, the structure had to be built out. We had to do a lot of just-in-time training. So folks were pulled out of their regular day-to-day functions, and actually folks were pulled out of some of the EOC functions to start to build out a recovery capability. This recovery capability isn't something that was just thought of. It's based on the National Disaster Recovery Framework, which is what FEMA provides as best practices for jurisdictions in terms of recovering from catastrophic events. This is really important because the city of Los Angeles is at risk for 14 of the 16 major disasters defined in the Robert T. Stafford Recovery Act, which is federal law. So we are one of the most populous and at-risk jurisdictions in the nation, if not in the world, and it's I won't say negligent, but it's really not in the city's best interest to have a recovery capability for a disaster similar to the one that we've just experienced.
I understand the need for it now. This is something you feel there's a need on an ongoing basis for this?
Yes, sir. Because like I was saying, we will never fully staff out a recovery capability. I mean, it's very staff intensive, expensive, and it stretches over a pretty long timeline. What needs to happen is to have a capability that's standing, that demonstrates a certain amount of expertise, knowledge, and understanding of contemporary recovery processes, not unlike LA County OEM had in place for the disaster.
All right. Madam Chair, that's all I have for you. Mr. Featherstone, welcome back to the city of Los Angeles. Nice seeing you up there.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Colleagues, questions? Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you very much. I just,
in light of the explanation, I'd like to request a special study on the cost savings of establishing a recovery and reconstruction division opposed to standing up a contract every time we have a problem. So that's my request. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to thank you for your leadership during the tireless coordination of the fires this year, but also in previous crises, but in just staying prepared for us. Your work during the crisis helped keep people alive, and it's helping people live through the crisis. Given EMD's critical responsibilities and the department's own assertion that it is significantly understaffed compared to our peer cities like in New York, is the department's proposed budget able to maintain operational readiness for both routine emergencies and high-profile international events on the horizon?
The answer is no. And the reason I say that is because the volume of work necessary to adequately prepare the city requires us to constantly update our plans, train not only with city responders, but also with county, state, and federal, our military partners, our community partners. And so to do that, to keep it up to date, you know, people ask us, well, you have a recovery annex or you have an adverse weather annex. When is the last time you've updated that? Well, it's not that we don't want to keep it updated timely, it's that we need the staff to be able to put in the time. On the other thing is that here in Los Angeles, we just don't do one thing at a time. So we can't say, you know, rain today and tomorrow, you know, don't rain because we have another event. But the past few weeks and months have shown us that we need to respond to planned events. We need to be ready for no-notice events, and then we need to ensure that we are ready for anything that comes up unexpectedly. Tomorrow is May Day. There are planned protests. So while we're doing recovery, we're also monitoring potential activities. We're monitoring the current protests that are happening today with the city, the county employees. So I say that, Madam Chair, Council member, that we have to always be ready. We never know when the phone will ring. So I have to have staff who can respond to the EOC at a moment's notice. The Palisades fire required us to be at our highest level for 20 consecutive days, 24/7. We had to bring in additional staff from other cities around the state to help augment the staff. So in order to be able to be ready for what's in front of us and to be ready for any other potential eventuality, we need adequate staffing. We have 31 full-time staff compared to New York, which has over 200 staff. So I'm very mindful of the need to stay ready, and we as a department want to remain committed to be there to respond along with police and fire and other agencies. And so that's why we ask, when funds become available, please consider to fill our vacancies and help us build out a recovery and reconstruction division.
Thank you so much. Chairwoman, I would like to put a memo forward. Can you report back to us, please, with a budget memo that describes what a phased approach could look like to you all being at the levels that you need to be to, one, be able to respond to another catastrophic event, but also what we have in front of us very clearly, the Super Bowl, the soccer games, the Olympics. That is coming, and there's a lot of money coming down. That's what they say for the Olympics. And we're even putting money aside for the Olympics here in this budget. And so I think any time that is talked about, you all need to be receivers of those resources. But yeah, maybe if you could also include in the budget memo, what are pipelines of resources coming down for these major events that you all can be funded through as well? Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Phased approach to growth, and also how do we apply these various funding streams to support you, particularly when it comes to the major events that are coming up.
Thank you. And it's important to note that planning for these events doesn't start the month or the week before the event. It has to start now. So we are working with all of our partner agencies to ensure that we begin planning now.
Great, I'm glad to hear that, but also like, you need to grow, I think, in that as well, correct? To be able to
That's correct.
staff that work. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. I have a quick question. So Exhibit A of the proposed budget recommends eliminating the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office. The CMO director is also the city's chief heat officer. Operationalizing the work of the chief heat officer would seem to fit within EMD's resilience efforts. We asked yesterday whether the state's grant funding for our groundbreaking urban and extreme heat work could be transferred from CMO to EMD. I'm wondering if you could speak to whether EMD would be able to deliver the work associated with that grant if funding and personnel were moved.
We would certainly welcome that opportunity. I would like to ask John Brown to share with you some of our current initiatives that we have with that particular office.
Thank you.
Sure. We've been working closely with Martha Segura, our Chief Heat Officer, as well as City Planning on the 3 initiatives that are really aligning in relation to extreme heat, which is CMO's Heat Action and Resiliency Plan, the City Planning Department's Climate Vulnerability Assessment, and then, of course, the Emergency Management Department's Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. The 3 of those are all complementary. They use the same data sets, but are doing slightly different things. As far as the Heat Action and Resiliency Plan, that's tracking, it's identifying, tracking, and reporting. That's the intention of all of the city's heat initiatives across the city through all the different departments. Similarly, in our Local Hazard Mitigation Plan, each department has submitted what they have identified as departmental mitigation actions for natural hazards, which we've included extreme heat within this just update that was approved in September of '24. So yes, we are able to, I think, complement their work and fold that into our current initiatives. It would require, as you mentioned, ma'am, the personnel and funding to do so, especially as we have many of our planning and mitigation folks assigned to the recovery effort as of now. But the efforts are in line with one another and could be complementary and folded into each other.
Okay, great. Councilmember Winfield.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate the great work that you guys do. One question, consolidations, some folks have suggested, I wanted to get how you would respond in terms of folding EMD into fire. Why is that a bad or a good idea?
That has been a proposal over the years since I've been here, 25 plus years.
I've heard it kicking around again, so I wanted to give you a chance to daylight it.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to answer. When I first started with the city back in 1998, we were a division of the CAO's office. And since that time, over the years, we have been able to, as a department, be able to be the single entity responsible for citywide emergency planning, response, and recovery. In a city the size of Los Angeles, you need that department with that mission to ensure that we stay focused on citywide planning, response, and recovery. To embed us in another department would be a disservice to the city of Los Angeles. We are the 2nd largest city with, as Jim mentioned, the number of hazards in the Robert C. Stafford Act, and also the growing list of threats that we have to our city. You need devoted staff to be able to adequately develop the plans, to work with partners, to train, to exercise, and when something happens, be able to lead that recovery effort. So I wholeheartedly support a standalone department with that single focus mission that's targeted toward having a city that is ready to respond when disaster strikes.
Council member, if I may add, having come from fire and gone to EMD, I'll say that probably the first year and a half, my learning curve was vertical. two entirely different disciplines, both very, very important, very necessary, and very collaborative, but entirely different capabilities and assets brought to bear.
I'd also like to add that this debate isn't unique to the local level, right? We've seen this debate at the federal level with FEMA and whether it should be housed as under the Department of Homeland Security or a direct cabinet level position. And I would argue it's the same at the city level, right? The fire department is great at response. There are many other components to emergency management that are not response. And to be able to have a general manager at the cabinet level, the mayor's cabinet level position to speak to things like mitigation, preparedness, and recovery is crucial to be able to have that expertise at the highest level.
Thank you. Separate question, Ryland program, has that been effective, ineffective? Do you recommend any changes in that?
So the Ryland program, or the Ready Your LA Neighborhood program, has been quite effective. Before COVID, we were able to go to various neighborhoods across the city and promote the program. We were able to get more people interested. Since COVID, we've had to change our methodology in delivering the program. It's now available on our website at emergency.lacity.gov. And it's a do-it-yourself or on-demand program with all of the materials available to help neighbors plan for a disaster. I will say we do get feedback on the program that it is effective. Even during the fires, you saw neighbors helping neighbors. Is there a lot of work that still needs to be done in the Ryland program? I would say yes. Before the fires, we had started working with our public housing communities and taking Ryland to them, and we're looking at other multifamily properties. So we've had to pivot just a bit, but we are working to continue to promote the program not only with our neighborhoods, but we also now have a Ready Your LA Business or RYLAB program wherein we are helping small businesses learn about hazards and learn how to prepare for disaster.
Okay. Great. I mean, I'd love to talk more about that, but it's not, I don't think that's a budget issue. Lastly, this is something, Jim, you said has been stuck in my head, and I want to know if there's an answer. You said, you know, these little things get stuck in my head, that LA is potentially 14 out of the 16 federal disasters. I'm trying to think of what are the two that we're free from? Blizzards, or what was the other one?
Snowstorm and volcanic eruption.
Yep.
Snowstorm and volcanic eruption. Okay. Thank you. I got to get that out of my head.
Hurricane was one, but with
Hillary.
Tropical Storm Hillary, we're really close to hurricane now.
Yeah. All right.
Councilmember McCosker.
There's still time. We could get to volcanoes. I wanted to ask about in the Emergency Operations Center, your letter details the failing camera system.
Yes.
And I just wanted to get a sense of the cost, which I think you put at $200,000, and what's the impact of the camera system failing, and what's the advantages of us putting that money in?
So the Emergency Operations Center houses the LAPD Department Operations Center, the Fire Department's Fire Communications Center, as well as their Department Operations Center, and ITA's Security Operations Center, along with the city's Emergency Operations Center and our day-to-day administrative offices. Currently, 85% of our cameras are inoperable. Over the last few months, there have been incidents of assaults on city employees, theft, vandalism, vehicle theft, and other security breaches. This camera system was originally installed when the building opened back in 2008-2009 timeframe.
Sorry to interrupt you, but cameras deployed where? This is for the city complex, the Civic Center?
At the EOC, yes. So these are fixed cameras in and around the whole Emergency Operations Center complex.
Okay, go ahead.
And the lack of having the security camera coverage is causing some major concerns. for the folks who work there, and then our EOC responders and the visitors that we get from time to time. So as a critical city facility that has to be ready at a moment's notice, we are requesting reconsideration for replacement. Some have asked, can it be repaired? The answer is no. We need to bring it up to the latest technology to ensure that our building remains safe at all times.
So in your estimation, this investment in repair or replacement to the camera system around the EOC building itself will make the building more reliable, functional for in the case of event, in case of a, in the inevitability of a major disaster. So this is a critical component to keeping the facility open. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
I like just a budget memo on source of funds, including CTIP for replacement of the cameras. Can I ask about the Non-Departmental Emergency Operations Fund, the EOF, and your department is asking for replenishment of the fund up to $1 million. What is the status of the fund now?
The status of the fund now, and Ellen Lynott can speak to this. So that particular fund was originally budgeted for $100,000 to help provide funding should we need it for a no-notice event and to procure certain items. And we've used it here of late to provide feeding for our Emergency Operations Center responders. We've depleted the fund. Not only did we use it for EOC feeding, but also to support supplies for the Disaster Recovery Center.
It's only $100,000, or only intended to be $100,000, and it's depleted from there?
Several years ago, my initial request was for $1 million, but it was only approved and funded at $100,000.
Okay. Okay. So like just a budget memo on finding money for the Non-Departmental Emergency Operations Fund, EOF, to keep it funded at $100,000 for those types of costs. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a related question. Can the cameras be debt financed? Can we use like MICLA for cameras?
Ben Sale with the CAO. No, the cameras are not eligible for MICLA, even though they may have a longer lifespan than typical equipment. There's also the matter of their like size, if you will, because typically MICLA equipment are things that are either kind of larger type of mechanical equipment for buildings.
Is that required or is that just customary?
No, it's something that is within our policy. Our policy dictates the type of equipment that we will use debt financing for. And that policy is really based on what the market is looking for whenever we issue bonds to finance equipment.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions? Okay, thank you. No more memos? Okay, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time and considered answers and all your work, of course. All right, we're going to move on to the Personnel Department, and then after Personnel, we're going to take about a 15-minute break so that we can review all of these memo requests and any amendments, and then come back from the break and go over them, and then finish up with ITA.
What's interesting?
All right, welcome.
Hello.
If you could introduce yourself and your team, and we'll hop right in.
Good afternoon. I'm Malika Billups, the General Manager of the Personnel Department. I am joined by my team of Assistant General Managers, Paula Days, Leticia Ortiz, and Gracie Liu. I'm also joined with the Chief of our Administrative Services Division, Jenny Yao, and their Chief Benefits Analyst, Paul Mikowski. Both Jenny and Paul will also be available to answer questions about human resources benefits after the presentation. I have a few words.
Go ahead.
Okay. Our city relies on many services, whether it's public safety, sanitation, housing, or transportation, but those services start with the people that the Personnel Department recruits, hires, trains, and supports every single day. As you consider the budget priorities, I urge that you see the Personnel Department not just as a support function, but as an essential service that enables all other departments to meet its missions. Investing in our personnel infrastructure is investing in the city's capacity to deliver to its residents. To support the aims of our departments, I've submitted our budget letter, and I have concerns that I've identified in the budget memo. Today, I would like to correct just a couple of points in the budget memo and emphasize an additional point. So the small points of correction I'd like to identify is the number of proposed position eliminations. We identified 72 positions, but since I think reporting to the Office of the CAO and the Mayor's Office, we've identified 6 additional positions, people who were hired, so it's a total of 78 filled position eliminations rather than 72. I wanted to correct the record on that. We also proposed an offset of the dependent verification audit, which we were hoping we could use to offset the cost of restoring our positions. At the time we submitted our budget letter, we were not aware that the proposed budget did already incorporate the entirety of the assumed revenue from the dependent verification audit, and so we cannot use that in the Personnel Department to offset our own costs because it's been assumed in the broader revenue of the city. Third, I have a number of in lieu exchanges and vacant position swaps that I would like to propose. So if you are so willing, I would like to report back in a budget memo on those sort of one-for-one swaps and vacant positions that I'd like to offset filled position eliminations for. And finally,
Yeah, we'll go ahead and just ask for that.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I'd like to address the largest point that I'm sure you're anticipating that I'll want to talk about. Like the emergency responders who reported to you earlier today, the Personnel Department must activate in times of emergency. Although, unlike our counterparts in public safety, these emergency responses that the Personnel Department has to complete are over and above sort of our regular scope of duties. We look at the COVID-19 emergency, the recent devastating wildfires, and the Personnel Department has the responsibility of creating a citywide disaster service worker program and responding. There is a current active disaster service worker program which the Personnel Department is still currently administering and winding down. But right now we are embarking on the possibility of a new sort of financial emergency, the administration of which will be borne primarily and almost exclusively by the Personnel Department. The scale of the activation required to administer the response will be immense. Duties will include seniority calculations, discussed yesterday, both layoff and displacement, class-level analyses, administration of transfers, citywide communications and training, a number of other activities, including post-layoff support for employees. As I mentioned yesterday, the Personnel Department is developing training, which we intend to administer to roughly our entire department, up to 571 full-time employees. To meet the deadlines that I discussed yesterday, which I described as ideal, we hope to have a technology solution, but we will prepare to use human brain power as we have done in the past. Realistically, to conduct calculations and administer the process before us, it will require, I believe, no fewer than 200 Personnel Department personnel, considering what has been done in the past. Roughly a third of our workforce, a workforce that is also required to retain essential citywide services. It's a near impossible task but even without the prospect of losing 19% of our workforce. These proposed position eliminations, they could create substantial direct financial impacts on our general fund for next year if the personnel department is not able to perform the work that could be assigned for it based on the budget. So I strongly recommend that any deletions to the personnel department be borne at the latest possible point in the process, if at all. And with that, I submit to your questions.
Councilmember Kosker, you're going to lead us off.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here 2 days in a row. Thank you for your presentation yesterday on the layoff process. One of the things that we talked about yesterday was how we put ourselves collectively in a position where responding to some of these budget needs in one place and lesser need in another place, whether even within generally funded departments, but particularly where we're finding vacancies in specially funded departments, or we have vacancies at the proprietary departments, how we will be able to allow folks to move, to continue their career during this difficult time. And one of the things that we were very concerned about yesterday is we may be opening, we are certainly planning at this moment to be opening a layoff process at the same time where we are trying to move people to positions where they can continue their careers. How do we do both? Do we do the one first and then hold off on the layoff process? And if we do that, how do we make sure we are protecting folks who have just moved into a position? I'll let you begin there.
Thank you. We can do a little bit of both. One should be before the other. Certainly, we should begin with facilitating transfers to proprietary departments. That's an effort that we've started discussions on, as I mentioned yesterday. And to the extent that we have obtained sort of broad agreement and we're working on sort of narrow agreement to identify specific positions, the personnel department can work with general managers who have general funded positions that could be slated for layoff, and perhaps even those that are not, that are interested in transferring. We can work with those departments to identify positions who could be moved over. I know you mentioned the risk of moving over a newly transferred employee and that employee potentially being displaced by someone who has more seniority. That is a process that we are looking to see what the scope and scale of that could be, and we'll work with proprietary departments who may have more flexibility to allow for that to happen without the devastating effect of transferring someone and then ultimately bumping them. But that will be borne out through, I think, discussions and partnerships with the proprietary departments, which I hope and expect will be fruitful as we navigate through the process. But certainly, we would endeavor to perform as many transfers as possible while we're building out sort of the calculation, excuse me, the calculation process. So even if we aren't able to start calculations of seniority just yet, we are trying to build out what is the framework for conducting the process so that once the process can start, we can go about it a little bit or as efficiently as possible. So simultaneous a little bit, but also transfers before layoff calculations.
Would the two different efforts be essentially with the same team members within personnel? I could picture like some sort of a strike team or a tiger team or a rapid response team in your department beginning on the first step, and as we get closer to the end of this process, because today I couldn't tell you who may be slated for layoff, but as we get close to the end of this process, to begin working on coming up with opportunities for folks to move before we get to the layoff process, and how much time would we give ourselves to do that? Because I think everyone's preference would be to do that as completely as possible and protect as many people as possible from layoffs and to prevent as many disruptions as possible, disruptions that are caused by the cascade of the layoff process. That disruption, I think, is far worse than voluntary moves that protect people's careers and put them into jobs that they want.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Right now, we have a number of different work streams that are being developed in the personnel department to address the various different types of work that the layoff process will entail. We have the classification team and a number of other teams that are working on the calculation. We're doing ongoing trainings. I myself took a 3-hour training this morning just to learn about the process, to understand the complexity of that, and that was with a certain group of folks. We have a separate team that would work on transfers. There will be some overlap. Client services has a role probably in both, but I believe it's the selection team that will be working on transfers, and so that there will be a training that we're developing to work on those types of processes, which will be separate from calculation. So the various roles have different teams so that they're not overlapping, you know, and kind of performing the same jobs across different functions.
I can see the benefit of that, of making sure that folks are, that you have enough resources, that you have different teams doing these two different functions, but I could also see the difficulty of them not communicating and going through all of this effort to move, for example, employee number one, and then employee number one in the later process then gets bumped and becomes an employee somewhere else or loses employment.
Right. So within the department, we've kind of created a layoff coordination effort so that the leaders of each of the various work streams is able to, at this point, we're having daily coordination meetings to identify what work needs to be done within which function and how those functions cross reference with each other so that we don't have that duplication of efforts. I think we're very well aware of the impact of transfers on the calculations process. So we are trying to, as much as possible, front load the work of transfers rather than the counting of seniority, but to the extent that we are able to start the calculations, we will, but we will also be in coordination with the folks who are conducting the transfers. I mean, we are highly sensitive to the overlapping and impactful nature of each other. So I think the best way to address that is through communication and process planning around each other, and that's what we're working to develop.
Okay. I want to defer. I have other questions, but I can gladly defer for the moment to other members.
Okay. Councilwoman Hutt, and then Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. Given that there's no existing calculation software and employee information is housed in both Workday and PaySR, is a 4-month layoff timeline realistic for the proposed layoffs in the budget?
I don't know. I mean, ideally, that is what we are endeavoring for. It will be difficult. Absolutely, it will be difficult to meet those deadlines. I don't think that it is incredibly likely that we will have everything done by the deadlines. But I think it is highly likely and possible that we will get a lot of work done ahead of the deadlines. It will just depend on the balance, how many people are going to be able to be transferred, how many of those sort of initial calculations will be able to be performed, how quickly are we able to develop systems to calculate the more the complicated deadlines. I think it will be very difficult to meet those deadlines. I expect to report back to you regularly so that, and certainly with the CAO, as we're managing money and finances and people who still remain on the payroll whose positions have been eliminated, it will have to be an ongoing communication and coordination effort. It will be difficult to meet the deadlines, though.
And to that end, has there been a discussion to support options for personnel employees that will be processing their own layoffs?
That's a very, very difficult and sensitive, I think, discussion within our department. Personnel department employees, especially those who've been here for a while, had to experience that in the last time. It's a painful thing to ask someone to consider. That is part of why I'm advocating here to have the personnel department employees not be subject, at least early on in the process, to be held over as long as possible so that they can conduct work with the hope that the work that they're conducting might be able to effectuate enough savings to obviate the need for their own position eliminations. That's what I would ask for. That's what I would hope for. I think the personnel department, people who are conducting this very difficult and emotionally taxing work, that's what they would want. And so I'll leave it at that.
So there's 78 positions, many of them could be the same individuals that are processing themselves in
Quite
that
possibly.
moment.
The classifications that are being eliminated will include classifications of the types of workers who would either conduct this seniority calculations or participate in one of the other many work streams associated with the process. So not everyone would be calculating, their own potential separation from the city. They could also be working on opportunities to save the city revenue by providing newer job opportunities by transferring someone over. So internally and kind of socio-emotionally, I want to focus also on that within the department so that people don't see us as just the folks who are, making the worst kinds of calculations, but we're really trying to facilitate a broader process with hopes for the best possible outcomes for as many employees as possible.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all for me.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Yeah, thank you. No, just building on Councilman Hutt, I mean, it's an odd thing. The very folks who are making those calculations are slated to be laid off, and so I don't know how you do that. We want to look at the options for restoring the positions through salary savings or what other options that you have, and get a memo on those options.
Certainly.
Wanted to ask you about the role of ITA versus personnel when it comes to resolving the HRP and fixing Workday. What's the difference, and how do who does what in that process?
I might have to defer to one of my AGMs who Gracie.
In terms of the problems with Workday itself, or?
Well, I mean, you both need positions to resolve the issues of it, and from my perspective, I can't tell the difference of where the positions go, why some are ITA, why some are personnel, and how it all fits together.
For the layoff process, or are you just talking in general?
For fixing Workday and.
That I'm going to defer to Lady Ortiz.
So for the personnel department, the HRP positions are specific to certain work streams of the system, the human capital management component of the system, absence, and benefits work streams of the system. So the folks that work in the personnel department are responsible for the configuration of the business processes for that. ITA is overall responsible for the system itself and any kind of citywide system updates that need to be made. So personnel department work streams are only specific to those personnel aspects of the work stream. Payroll, for example, is delegated to the controller's office, if that makes sense.
It kind of does. It's still. I mean, maybe we can get a report back, on all the departments that touch the HRP and Workday, and if there's any efficiencies that can be done across departments. I did also want to talk. One thing we talked about the layoffs, and one aspect that really hasn't been talked about, but I don't know if you've quantified it or there's a way to quantify it, but the hard costs for retraining employees and the productivity losses that we're going to experience during the shakeup is quite dramatic. And knowing those costs, and I know we're limited by civil service rules, so it's not, we can't just change it to avoid those costs. But have you thought about, or is there a way to help factor in those costs into some of these decisions of who gets bumped and how we do bumping, and because I really am worried about those costs. I mean, first and foremost, all the emotional and costs that we've talked about, but second, there are some very hard costs when it comes to retraining and loss of productivity, and I don't know. I'd like to figure out a way to quantify those and to mitigate some of those, and to have that be part of our consideration as we go through this process. If there is any flexibility within the civil service system to take those kinds of things into consideration.
I think that we'd have to report back on what that looks like because of the civil service rules and the charter. The actual way that seniority is calculated and sort of the cascading effect to a certain degree is fixed, but it doesn't necessarily tell us the full story about, like you were saying, about like the impacts. Right. So I would think that we would be able to report back at least broadly on some of those costs, and even if it's not necessarily just economic costs. I mean, I understand this is Budget and Finance Committee, but the broad disruption and impact, I think that the scope
productivity can be
that.
Quantified, and that, as far as that, I'd love to get that report back and to see if there is a way, because some people can get bumped into into an area that they don't know much about. Mm-hmm. Someone else, and if you were able to flip-flop that, we'd be a lot more productive and probably happier.
Okay.
So I'll leave it at that.
Report back.
Yeah. That seems like the flip side of the voluntary transfer and figuring out before we have to do the cascade where people are moving into positions that they are qualified for and that they're looking forward to doing. I'd like I think a related, but it goes back to my earlier comment, budget memo on the effects of the following. Mm-hmm. The likelihood that this would be phased, let's say the number stays at 1,600, which we hope it does not, but let's say it stays at 1,600, the likelihood that it would be phased over the course of a year and that personnel would be the last folks out the door because they would need to work through it. What would be the cost? There's a cost savings over keeping everybody, but what would be the difference in cost from the plan, which is in this document that says we would lay off all 1,600 folks in 1 quarter? So just to get an order of magnitude, do it over a year, but I realize it could be 6 months, it could be 8 months, but let's assume a year.
And that phasing would assume that some would be performed before the 4-month time frame, maybe over the course of like monthly. I mean, I don't know exactly how we could do it, right. But monthly phasing, we have some that are before the assumed 8-month savings and some that are after. That's what you're considering, that we'd achieve early savings and later savings, and to see how that would factor out.
Yeah, the reality is that it would be unlikely to proceed on 1,600 simultaneously with 50 personnel, say, handling the paperwork. The reality is that there'll be a group that's done first, and then second, and then third. Break it down by quarters and see what it would look like over the course of the year. How much less would we be able to cut into the $200 million difference that we're trying to close? I always look at Zabo to see if I'm making sense, and you are emotionless, so I can't tell whether that made sense.
No, that emotionless has nothing to do with your question, sir, but it's clear, and we can run scenarios working with personnel on the impact to the cost savings if you make different assumptions about how long it would take to separate the employees, however many it is, but we'll use the 1,600.
Because the reality, I think, is that unless we find other savings in this document and no one comes to the center table and says, here, I have savings for you, the reality is that it's more likely to take us a year or more. And so we need to know whether the gap is closed, that $200 million gap that is intended to be closed by these 1,600 layoffs actually gets closed. My guess, and I would put real money on it, is that we won't be able to do it in 4 months. It'll take a year or more. And so we need to know how big is the gap actually.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez?
Thank you. I have a couple questions for the CAO and a couple questions for personnel. Thank you so much for joining us today. Given that seniority and job history reviews are required by law for layoffs and no current system exists to manage this volume, how exactly does the CAO believe 1,600 layoffs can be processed in just 4 months without legal or operational failures?
Just very honestly, it will be very difficult. As Ms. Billup said, this is, we're in the business of hiring. We don't have a system and a mechanism that is up and running for the purposes of laying people off, and that's for good reason. We don't want to be here. So it will be challenging. There will be failures. And that is why it is in everyone's interest, certainly the individuals that are on the elimination list, the personnel department, every single city department, and the people of the city in general who rely on the services for us to find as many alternative solutions as we can to get that number down below 1,600. 1,600 is a very, very high number. To expect that personnel will be able to process in a year, just to be very direct. And that is also one of the reasons that we felt it was important to recommend a reserve fund with at least a little bit of cushion in it above our 5%, because just on the dollar savings, we had to make a call as to what kind of a discount we would give. It will not be precise.
Great, thank you so much. Has the CAO evaluated the compounded long-term cost to the city from reduced workers' compensation services, health screenings, and occupational safety programs, especially during rising worker injury claims and systemic public health crises?
I don't believe there's been a recent study on that, but if you would like to request that study, that would likely, I would recommend that be a longer study, not a budget memo.
Great. So, a special study?
Special study, yes.
Great. I'd like a special study on that, please. Now to my questions for personnel. How will cuts to civilian examiners and background investigators affect the city's ability to staff up critical roles?
There would be a profound impact. I mean, background investigators primarily investigate for our public safety positions. They are our goals, even though I understand they'll be amended this year. There's still the reality of trying to restructure the system. I've certainly been asked to come into this role to build a more efficient system in partnership with the LAPD and taking away a significant part of the people who do the work that would be a part of creating that efficiency will certainly have impacts. What we are hoping to do is wait until the dust settles, get a sense of where we land, and how we restructure will certainly impact how I'm able to report back to you about what the capabilities are in terms of meeting the goals for hiring, and how it affects those types of things. Is there anything to add?
I would just add that, in addition to that, that the displacements, if layoffs occur within the personnel department, would affect those teams, even though they're not identified in the budget, because people are just going to shift all around in personnel department.
So that means that most likely it'll take us longer to hire people?
For sure.
And harder to adapt to a system where you can hire appropriately with appropriate speed?
Certainly, there would be substantial impacts.
Great, thank you. And my last series of questions are around SART, S-A-R-T.
Yes.
By eliminating SART accounting positions, what is the projected financial loss in state reimbursements for rape kit testing? What is the backup plan to avoid service disruptions for survivors? And how does the city plan to meet its legal obligations under state and federal mandates for sexual assault response if SART funding and accounting capacity are cut?
Excellent question. I'll defer to Paula Days to
Yes.
address.
Yes, just broadly, high level, and then I'll defer to our budget chief to get into the details. I believe the savings is $1 million for processing those invoices that come from the sexual assault response team.
On an annual basis?
And we have up to a year to pay, but Jenny?
Yeah, that's correct. This is a new function that was placed on our staff in order to receive reimbursements for SART expenses. We do require an accounting staff to be able to file that paperwork within 1 year of the exam date, and the proposed budget proposes to eliminate one field accountant position which performs that work.
Wonderful, thank you. Now, what's our backup plan, though?
We would be proposing offsets to restore that position. We would also be, if we can look at the cost reimbursements that the position is able to support, we could look at possibly also increasing the revenue budget for SART reimbursements. So this is a new function that we just received in spring of 2024. I'm sorry, 2025 actually. We just started this about 2 months ago.
Wonderful, thank you. Can I get a memo on what the process will be, what the offsets will be, and what grants you all think will be able to support this moving forward? Or if it's the funding generated will help?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
I have a quick question. Has the department and or the CAO determined which of the filled positions that are proposed to be eliminated citywide were filled by an employee who was promoted through the TLH or bridge programs?
I don't have that data handy for you today, but that is certainly data that we have that we can present in a budget memo.
Okay, great. I'd also love to know how many vacant positions remain in the proposed budget in TLH and bridge classifications, and I think that's a question for the CAO. Okay, thank you. Unfilled. Okay, one more question that I have. The letter states that nearly $4 million was eliminated from expense accounts that fund as needed staffing, software licenses, and citywide employee trainings. Can you provide additional details on how the deletion of this funding impacts the department's core services, including your ability to recruit and hire employees?
I think I'll defer to you on that one.
In terms of the ability?
As-needed funding.
Yes, so this in terms of the as-needed funding for recruitment?
Yeah, for staffing, software licenses, citywide employee training.
Yeah,
How does
I mean,
that, I mean, I assume that's going to make it harder for you to recruit and hire people. Can you talk a little bit about how you see this impacting that? I mean, not that we're hiring right now, but.
Yeah, for all of our services for recruitment, we do need licenses for software and additional staffing to assist us. And even though there is no, we're not expected to hire so much, we still have critical classes that we need to hire and reach out to, and it requires additional resources for that. And so that would impact those types of recruitment efforts.
Okay. Is it possible that some of these expenses could be funded with special funds, or can some of the services and functions be transferred to a different department?
We have not identified any special funds that would be able to pay for these types of services. They're so sort of fundamental to the type of general HR work that we perform. I would report back, but I don't even know if we have looked into this. We did spend some time looking into opportunities for special funds. perhaps we could do a longer-term study on trying to identify funds for this type of work. But right now, we don't have anything that we'd be able to propose as an offset.
Okay.
Other than our own internal, vacancies and in lieu.
Right, okay, thank you. Councilmember McCosker.
Could I get your assessment of the following? Once we get through all of this, however it all comes out, I would venture to say we will be pretty lean in every department, and when additional vacancies occur, it'll be absolutely critical, to use that word from PCH, to be able to rehire. Would it be your advice that we continue PCH in the new year or discontinue it for all departments, not just for personnel?
The PCH process, certainly it impacts the personnel department because it's an extra step to go through. It's more probably impactful for every operational department because it certainly slows down hires. I recognize the value of PCH in terms of saving money and managing hiring. It also gives us the opportunity to, because hiring is slowed through PCH, frankly, I think it will give, in this new, administration and personnel, the opportunity to invest in looking at hiring structures to make things more efficient during a time where we don't have this rapid fire hiring. So there may be an opportunity for us to use the time while PCH exists to look at things, to make things a little bit better. I don't have a strong personnel department opinion on whether or not PCH makes things more difficult or less difficult for the actual operations of the personnel department. It doesn't seem to have a hugely direct impact, other than the fact that certainly we want to hire our own positions, and to the extent that they can't get through the PCH process, certainly that can be frustrating.
Yeah, thank you. I was really asking more about your client departments, the different departments where, and whether you had any advice, and maybe you don't, maybe you want to withhold it, whether it would make sense to let general managers manage and make hires in the normal course rather than going through the PCH system, which is designed to be inefficient. It's designed to slow everything down.
It is.
Let me ask this question then. Presuming your department staffs or works with the PCH process, I had understood that as we were approaching this budget cycle, PCH approvals were actually revoked. Is that true?
That is my understanding, yes.
Is there a justification for that? I can imagine what the answer is, but I just want to hear it.
PCH approvals were revoked in the cases where the positions were included in the mayor's proposed budget as eliminations. That is why, and to avoid what would have added to the number of potential layoffs.
To the person who got the job, it doesn't feel much different. It feels like a summary execution rather than a layoff. Not really a question.
Understood. Understood.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. No other question.
Okay, no one else? Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Thank you. And all your work. So, if it's all right with you colleagues, I'm suggesting we take a 15-minute break before we get into ITA so that we can look at these memos and make sure that they are accurate, and then come back at, let's say, 5:10.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable council members. I'm joined by members of the ITA executive team. So I've got Maria Cecilia Ramos, our budget director. I've got Tia Zara, our assistant general manager over budget and finance. I've got Eduardo Magos, AGM over applications, Bhavin Patel, AGM over infrastructure, Miriam Abbasi over customer engagement, and Bernadette Lakhani, who's our personnel director.
Welcome. So we received and read your letter. Is there anything from there that you'd like to particularly highlight before we jump into questions?
Certainly, and thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. I think an important lesson that we learned from the last really big financial crisis, which would be the Great Recession, was that reducing technology budget during tough economic times is really a strategic mistake, I would argue. It harms city services for years to come. I think this is especially true now. We, as an organization, are trying to incorporate artificial intelligence, process automation, other emerging technologies to make the city workforce more effective and to prepare us for upcoming global events. I really do believe technology is the future of the city of LA, and we need to maintain our technology professionals to make this happen. You saw in the memo the proposed budget cuts would have a very serious effect on city services. ITA has already been dramatically reduced over the last 15 years. If you were to compare 2008 to the proposed mayor's memo, the mayor's budget, that would actually be a reduction from 850 positions in 2008 down to 300 for this upcoming year. We prioritized our key items in the memo. We prioritize the preservation of our 54 filled positions. We need to avoid layoffs. We have other key items that we know need to be funded, and we're committed to working with the committee to restore our positions and to find any possible offsets. So we're stand open for questions.
Okay, I'm going to ask Councilmember Blumenfield to lead us off.
Thank you very much, Ted. Good to see you. Good to see the whole team. Like you, I agree. I mean, that the ITA services are critical to holding the city together and really providing the efficiencies that we need to move forward as a city. And I always get concerned about these kinds of cuts being penny wise and pound foolish. Your letter highlights some areas where there's need for funding software licenses and equipment, particularly around public safety, communications, cybersecurity, workday. What's going to be the impact if funding for these things aren't restored?
Correct. Great question. Software licenses, for example, the proposed budget, it omits $400,000 of My LA 311 licenses. That equates to 401 field service workers. So 401 field service workers who are working today using those licenses, we actually wouldn't have the funding, would have to take the licenses from them. To give you a bit of an understanding, that would be all of the LA sanitation field workers and most of the Office of Community Beautification, which does graffiti. So clearly we cannot remove those licenses. In addition, there's a $1.1 million reduction from the financial management system. That's contractually required. Again, that's licenses for accountants. On the public safety communications side, the proposed budget includes a 14% cut in staffing, no on-call funding, as well as no equipment. These are the folks who resolve LAPD and LA Fire safety radio systems. These are systems that were used throughout the Palisades fire and are used every day. It eliminates 24/7 on-call coverage, which is critical in that area. The cybersecurity item that was mentioned is also included. There's an 8% budget reduction. There's no endpoint protection. Cybersecurity data breaches are very expensive, and the nominal investments in cybersecurity prevent multi-million-dollar consequences, as well as reputation, everything else, if there were a data breach. And it also includes the Workday HRP system. There's a 10% reduction in ITA staffing. I know that was discussed previously with the personnel group in regarding those responsibilities, and it has no consultant funding. These are really big systems. They usually take multiple years to stabilize. We're going just into our second year. We need to have core consultant support to help the controller's office personnel and ITA so that we could resolve a 1,000 ticket backlog that departments are asking for additional assistance on.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for a report back on the consultant, software license, equipment, contractual services needed for critical functions to maintain our ongoing operations. You mentioned the workday, so I don't know if you're able to speak to this. I asked for a report back earlier, but maybe just very briefly, the difference between the ITA and personnel and controller when it comes to the Workday fixes, but just briefly.
Sure. In the past, everyone built their own systems, tried to get them to talk to each other, and we all were frustrated with what happened. So we now acquire these systems that cover entire business processes. So controller, personnel, and IT all support Workday. The controller's office handles payroll issues. So the personnel handles HR issues, and IT handles the technical items. The Workday system's used to hire, to promote, to transfer, et cetera. Those are all HR functions. And if there's an issue with that, it's really the personnel team who receives the request, receives the ticket, and works with department HR to resolve. If the issue relates to, let's say, the payroll or to pay rates, et cetera, that makes its way to the controller's office, who has staff who help resolve those issues, configure, et cetera. If the issue relates to something technical, an interface, security, reporting, that's when it makes its way over to ITA staff. Believe it or not, of those 1,000 tickets that are outstanding, about 42% relate to ITA. That's why staffing, the staffing reduction for HRP and the lack of the consultant support is very difficult for us because we have to get departments processed and get everything working exactly as they need in the systems.
Right. And I already asked for the report back, but just to be aware, it's a report back on personnel, contractor services needed to resolve it, and if there's any inefficiencies, because all these departments asking for folks to do the same thing, although I know there, as you described, there are differences in what's being done, but it also feels like there may be some duplication that maybe we can
Understood.
We can work.
Every dollar counts.
Yes. Another topic, it's my understanding that some of our IT partners, such as Cisco, have a 0% financing available. With the cuts that, for crucial core functions that we're seeing here, and where we don't have money going forward, have you investigated this option? What would be the benefit? And I'd also ask the CAO to speak to this as well. But when I hear 0% moving forward, 0% financing, to me that means basically getting something that we need now and paying for it over time without that cost premium, which on the surface sounds really good, but I wanted to get your thoughts on it and if appropriate, a report back on it.
Absolutely. One of the difficulties with the proposed budget is we need people to help solve issues with old equipment. If we bought a new car, we would expect it would take years before we ever had to take it to the shop. But for those of us who've driven old cars before, we know that you have to take it to the shop from time to time. Our network equipment, about 60%, 60, it's end of life. That means about 1,700 pieces of network equipment across all city buildings really should have been replaced. A year ago, we even had a multi-day outage related to the network that affected everybody, and it comes from the old equipment. A full replacement would cost about $42 million, which is a lot of money. So we're certainly interested in any financial arrangement that could help us replace much needed equipment that needs to be replaced and do so at something that's beneficial for the city. We provided details to the CAO so they understand where our network equipment is in status, but we ultimately need to work with the CAO and help work with them and defer to them when it comes to the financial kind of analysis of it, of what works, financing versus purchase, et cetera.
Right. Well, please get a report back on that, because the financing always carries that extra cost of the cost of money, and
Yes.
it's always zero financing always sounds too good to be true. But if we could get that stuff up front, and if we could avoid all those maintenance costs with the old car, so to speak, we actually might be able to save some money in the budget and update our system at the same time. So I'd like to hear about that.
And getting this infrastructure in place before these big global events just really help the city be much better positioned.
Okay, so maybe there's an option there. We should look at it. Also wanted to ask you about the OKTA.
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 Just rolls off the tongue.
Yes, the Okta Workforce Identity Cloud Tool. And I know that that's important for cybersecurity. I understand it's used by DWP and by LAWA. Wanted to get your thoughts about funding for that, because I know it's a chunk of money. It's like $750,000, but I also know that any sort of breach that we might have could cost us a heck of a lot more than that. So
Correct.
Help us understand the cost benefit of that and whether or not that's something we should be looking at.
Sure. And I think you raise a really good point. Before the pandemic, there was a potential data breach that affected 2,000 records. And to give you a little bit of an example, the cost of credit monitoring alone was about $3 million a year in that situation. Data breaches and cyber attacks are really expensive. It's much better to make a nominal investment now than to make these massive investments later. The Okta tool provides what's called automatic provisioning and deprovisioning. In other words, when an employee gets hired, you can very rapidly give them basic access into the system, and then if they're doing certain roles, they're an accountant or they're an analyst, et cetera, then you could actually simply apply and get approval, and then they have the access they need in the system. By doing automatic deprovisioning, and that's what this system does, the provisioning and the deprovisioning, if an employee leaves city service, they automatically lose access. If they transfer to another department, they automatically lose access. This would allow employees also to reset their own passwords securely. We're in an era today where people have to go to people, and that takes cost and takes time to get something as simple as a password reset. So this is better cybersecurity, better controls, it passes audits better, and it actually is more efficient for us. And so these are the types of investments we're trying to do.
Great. And just maybe some report backs, given the massive cuts, to get a report back on offset recommendations to preserve the critical filled positions, to see what those possible, a lot of departments are coming up with these offset ideas.
Yep.
And report back on all the communications information, representative classifications across all city departments, including proprietary departments.
Yep.
I may have some other questions, but I want to keep it moving, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
And I'd just like to add to that. So just to be explicit, if there's a program or a couple of programs within ITA that if they were just cut entirely, you could restore a bunch of the other filled positions, thus reducing the impacts across every other function, please include that.
Okay.
Apologies if that was already covered. All right, Councilwoman Hutt, you have a follow-up?
Thank you, yes. How are you? Thank you for being last but not least.
Hey,
today.
my pleasure. I'm in good company. GSD was last night.
Right,
So.
that's right.
Yeah.
Core functions. What is the current backlog of tickets? You said 1,000?
For the HRP system, it's about 1,000 tickets, yes.
Okay. And do we have a timeline on processing those tickets?
So I'm going to give a consultant answer. It depends. We went live, end up with a backlog of tickets. We're getting to the point where we're just about handling what comes in with what comes out. So as new requests are coming in, we're able to kind of handle the input with the output. But that's with existing contractor support as well as the full number of staffing and controller personnel in ITA. Under the proposed budget, we have 0 consultant support, and we see reductions in all 3 of those teams. So when it comes to trying to create an ETA for those backlog, we're unlikely to get to the backlog. If we're at a state today where we have X, and then you're to take X minus 1, we're not going to have enough staff to be able to get through that backlog. So we're unlikely to make real progress with the proposed budget on the HRP backlog, unfortunately.
Thank you for that. Okay, so I have some 311 questions, okay?
Sure.
What's the impact of budget reductions to the 311 call staff?
Yes. Right now, the proposed budget has about a 33% reduction in the call center staff. So as we stand today, we're Monday through Friday. We're not 24 hours. We're Saturday and Sunday as well as holidays. A reduction like that would certainly require that we move to Monday through Fridays only. We would not be able to do weekends. We would not be able to do holidays. We're standing right now at about 4.5 minutes of wait time. We're always trying to get to under 2. We hate to have anyone waiting on the phone. Likely with that 33% reduction in staffing, we'd likely see increases in wait times too. So it is very difficult to run the call center with reduced staffing.
So if we have the reduction that is expected to happen,
yes.
How do we plan to address constituents, like especially in my district, who they don't have an app, they don't know how to use the app, their phone's not smart. How are we going to give them service?
I think nothing about, and I'm sure every department would say, nothing about budget reductions can anyone find like that silver lining, right? No one says, hey, this is a better thing because we now have less money. In that situation, there would be limited hours, and residents would have to leverage the sanitation call center, the DWP call center, some of the other call centers that exist. We're in a world where increasingly folks are using apps and using websites, but in the absence of that, they would have to call their council offices and call other call centers. That's just invariably what would have to happen if 311 was closed, let's say, when they were calling.
Thank you for that. I have another question, Madam Chair. The budget proposes a 13.9% reduction in communication services.
Yes.
Which includes, I think I'm going to say it right, avionics support,
Yes, avionics, yes.
avionics support, and shop services.
Yep.
Given the significant proposed vehicle and helicopter purchase for LAPD and LAFD, who's going to put the radios and the navigation system into the vehicles?
And that's,
who's going to, do that part?
And that's one of the challenges. So police, LAPD purchases a vehicle, the vehicle requires communications, a helicopter requires avionics, and that's ITA staff who do it. And so we find that there's a lot of integration. And the last thing we want to be is the weak link where an LAPD or an LA Fire helicopter is grounded because our staff are not available or unable or they're underfunded to be able to help make that install. So it's always important to us that when equipment is purchased, all of the supporting logistics is there to be able to do it. So you're right, LAPD and LAFD radio systems are the same way. The story that wasn't a story was that during the Palisades fire, 10 out of our 22 radio sites, they actually lost power. But fire and police would never know it because ITA staff worked around the clock with general services, by the way, to help run those generators to ensure that fire and police communications were always working. The last thing the poor folks, the residents of the Palisades fire and the firefighters who were fighting those fires needed was communications that wouldn't work. But it lands on folks like ITA, and so sometimes it's a little difficult that you often don't see the department behind the department, but that is a really good question. A lot of our services, we are the department behind another department.
Thank you for that. I concur with the Councilmember Blumenfield's request for a budget memo on ITA's proposed offsets. That's what you asked for, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then I'd also like to request a budget memo on the impacts of the reduction of shop services and avionics.
Yes, ma'am.
Support groups on the proposed helicopter and vehicle purchases for LAPD and LAFD.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all from me, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Hernandez, and then Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just have two budget memo requests. One, can ITA please come back with data on demographics of current 311 users, for example, age, disability status, languages spoken? And also, can I get a budget memo on the 311 call center closure, specifically how it affects these different groups that call in? And has ITA modeled alternative service pathways for them? Talking about like our elders that can't use that, don't know how to use that. Like what's the plan for them? For example, if we close these call centers.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thanks. Last thing I wanted to talk about was AI. And, it's a way to potentially leverage a lot of computing power and save a lot of money and get a lot of services done. We can use efficiencies like or AI for any number of things, even as AI tools for call centers, we have chatbots and natural language processing for call routing, AI assistance, AI-based call summarization, transcripts. I'd like to explore that, get a report back on how that can be used to bolster and our call centers to be able to save money, but also, throughout this city, I'm seeing an explosion of AI tools out there that maybe we can get some off the shelf. Even as we talk about the horrible task in front of us of layoffs, the problems inherent in it lend themselves to AI. It's massive amounts of data that need to be processed quickly and determining people's seniority and all of those kinds of things. And potentially we could save a lot of money if we had the right AI tools to help with that. And And as horrible as that sounds, using AI to help, to perpetuate layoffs, it actually could prevent layoffs by saving money in that process that would help prevent us from having to lay off more people. So
Certainly.
I'd like to get a report back on ways that you see we could, in the short term, especially for the budget, and maybe a long-term special memo for post-budget, but for right now, for this budget, are there ways that we can leverage AI that could create savings and efficiencies in this budget?
Absolutely. I think I echo what many people feel, that I pray that we have the revenues and we have the offsets for every department to ensure that no one gets laid off. But for those who are still working, for all of those who are working in the city workforce, the IT wants to give them every technology available to make them as effective as possible. We wrote the LA AI roadmap. We're the ones who look for both effective AI as well as ethical AI to ensure that we have the right safeguards in place. And you're right. Private sector is taking great advantage of AI tools to make their staff more effective, to help folks who maybe aren't native language speakers, to help them with how they're using the tools. There's just a lot of really good capabilities. Thomson Reuters had a recent report. They're saying that staff across the nation are saving, for many staff, 4 hours a week now, and by 2028, it'll be 12 hours a week using AI tools. These are clearly the kinds of things that we should learn, use, teach staff how to use, and have a controlled environment to ensure that we don't end up with these unintended consequences.
Great. And some of those we may be able to do quickly and in time for budget savings.
Absolutely.
Okay, any more questions, memo requests? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate your time and your patience today.
Thank you.
All right, team, this was our last department presentation for the day. Tomorrow, Thursday, May 1st, 2025, is an all-day affair. We're going to start at 9 and hear from, hopefully, CAO on the homeless budget, LASA, housing, economic and workforce development, youth development, aging, community investment for families, transportation, Public Works Board, Public Works Sanitation, Public Works Engineering, and Public Works Street Services. So this meeting, we need to do the memos.
Yep.
The memo list. Thank you, CLA. Sharon. All right. Has everyone had a chance to look at this list?
Yes.
Let's start here. Councilwoman Hernandez, do you have any amendments to the memo list?
Yes, to memo item number 59, I would like it to read as budget memo report on the costs associated with the creation of a new department for community safety that oversees GRID, Circle, UMCR, harm reduction work in Department on Disabilities, USC street medicine teams, and the civil and human rights restorative justice programs, including potential savings in consolidating the administration of these programs into one department. The report should include the feasibility of using the opioid and tobacco settlement dollars for programs that have had their funding reduced in the mayor's proposed budget to support programs such as GRID, AIDS coordinators, and summer night lights.
Is that the only one?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have two. For item number 96, which is animal services, just really a clarification. It begins now, report on the restoration of $5 million to the Animal Services Department and how this will restore positions or expense funding, I want to add, for all 6 shelters. There's some confusion if one pays attention to the internet. I want to make sure that we're talking about all 6 shelters, and it should include that, and then the rest would remain the same, if that's okay with the maker of that,
It
or
is.
the requester of that item. And then I have another one, and this is 161. We've already given comment on this, but I want to read it into the record. It would now read BSL and BSS, report on the status of the MOUs between BSS and DWP and the BSL and DWP, and how the agreements will impact core BSS and BSL services. That's because there's two different notes in attachment H. Thank you.
Great. I think we've already gone over ours. Councilmember Blumenfield, you're good. Councilwoman Hutt, any changes? Can you speak into the mic, please?
No edits. Oh, it's not on. No edits.
No edits.
Oh, there it is. No edits. Thank you.
Okay. All right. This meeting is now, oh, you're killing me.
Mr. McCosker, could you please clarify, we have a budget memo number 134, which is a similar report as the street services one for street lighting. Did you want to merge those together? I think they both should be sent to different departments, so better if we could have them as two separate memos, if that's okay.
I tried to merge them together. If you're saying they are identical and cover those two notes, which I think are note 18 and notes 19?
Yeah, and Exhibit H. Correct, and one would
In
be
Exhibit H.
prepared by street
Okay.
lighting, the other one would be prepared by street services.
I thought one of the two, I thought BSS was overlooked, but if you're telling me there are two and it's covered, then
I think
I will-
initially we did overlook it, but it's on the list now.
Okay, good, then I'm fine with that, members. Thank you.
Thank you.
This meeting is now in recess.